See ya.
I suggest we rename Mary to be Dawn so people can know that.
It's a good idea. Where'd it go now?
She's gone.
She's gone.
Fun of a virtual festival.
Well, you've got water in the background. I like that, Bill.
Thank you. It's a lovely picture of some lake that I took at one point.
And if it gets too hot, you just turn around and dive in.
Ha ha.
So we're looking for Mary to reappear and get Don Sineti on the screen.
By the way, we're streaming live now.
Oh, wonderful. So I want to let folks know out there in streaming live land, my name is Nick Noble and I'm the MC for this adventure. And this is the 21st Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. Don Sineti should be up shortly as soon as Mary gets back on Zoom with us. And I'd like to let folks know that we have a desire for your donations to keep this thing going. And our wonderful social host, Sophie, has posted the donation link in the chat. Sophie, feel free to do it again as the chat keeps scrolling around. And we have our tech staff, George is here, and Geoff and members of the board, Persis and Chris Madden. Chris Madden, this may become a Chris Madden concert in a minute if we don't have Mary and Don Sineti hooking in pretty soon. But that's how, oh, there it goes. Please visit our website. There's the link to make a donation. We've already got some donations today. Thank you to those who have. There's some wonderful music going on here. And Chris Madden, are you there, my friend? I see your smiling face. And Geoff Keller is here as well from the board and Persis. Jeff Kaufman is there, and he helped us contact with Mary earlier. And we hope we can make that work. How's everybody doing? How's the weather where everybody is? We have Sophie's in Australia. I'm here in Worcester, Massachusetts. And Bill's got a lake behind him. So we got people from all over, and I hope you're here enjoying our festival excitement, although we are looking for the music. We are waiting on Mary. Chris Madden, you there? You want to say hi to folks as our president and maybe do a song while we're waiting?
Sure. Thank you all for joining us. And I will say that I'm always pleased to fill in for Don, although they are quite large shoes to fill, because there's something in the water in Bloomfield, Connecticut. It's a landlocked town. It's not got any particular maritime history, but it's produced three at least marginally notable shantymen, Don Sineti, myself, and Gib Schreffler. All grew up in Bloomfield, Connecticut. I don't know what is going on.
So you're the
here.
marginally notable one. Is that what you're saying?
I'm the marginally notable one. So there's definitely something in the water in Bloomfield, Connecticut. But anyway, maybe it's the tobacco runoff. I really don't know.
Sing something.
All right. So let's do a New Hampshire song. This was the bulk of the song was written by the Hutchinson Family Singers of Jaffrey, New Hampshire. It got hybridized with probably an African-American tune, and which was also stolen by Stephen Foster, and then went out to sea as a capstan shanty. Around Cape Horn we all must go, hoo-dah, hoo-dah, around Cape Horn through the frost and snow, oh, hoo-dah, hey, and it's blow, boys, blow for California, oh. There's plenty of gold, so I've been told, on the banks of the Sacramento, around Cape Horn in the month of May, hoo-dah, hoo-dah, around Cape Horn is a bloody long way, oh, hoo-dah, hey, and it's blow, boys, blow for California, oh. There's plenty of gold, so I've been told, on the banks of the Sacramento. Santander Jim was the mate from hell, hoo-dah, hoo-dah, fists like iron and rang like a bell. Oh, hoodah, hey, and it's blow, boys, blow for California. Oh, there's plenty of gold, so I've been told, on the banks of the Sacramento. When we've landed on the Frisco docks, hoodah, hoodah, the pretty young girls come down in flocks. Oh, hoodah, hey, and it's blow, boys, blow for California. Oh, there's plenty of gold, so I've been told, on the banks of the Sacramento. When we've landed safe and sound, hoodah, hoodah, I'll stand yous whiskeys all around. Oh, hoodah, hey, and it's blow, boys, blow for California. There's plenty of gold, so I've been told, on the banks of the Sacramento. It's press your bars and bend your backs, hoodah, hoodah, heave and make your spirits crack. Oh, hoodah, hey, and it's blow, boys, blow for California. There's plenty of gold, so I've been told, on the banks of the Sacramento. All right, so again, thank you all. I hope Don will be able to join us shortly. The Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival has been running since the year 2000. Geoff Warner and I think Mary just joined us. All right, Geoff Warner and Peter Contrastano started the festival to celebrate Portsmouth's maritime heritage and the music that goes along with that. We've had a rough couple of years, but we're looking forward to getting back into the streets of Portsmouth next year. All right, Nick, you want to see how Don's doing there? I think you're muted, Nick.
Oh, there I am. Hi, Mary. We'll take yourself off mute and we'll go and on video and we'll make it work. This is going to be fun. Oh, Chris has gone back to his handsome, I'm in front of a bookcase picture. We are moving along here on the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. I see Mary. Mary has to put her video on and unmute, and Don can kick off right away. And we've got plenty of time for some great music from Don. And she's off of mute. There she is. And there we are. Hi, Don Sineti.
Hi.
So, you know, since you're our only performer in this stretch, I'll just let you know when you have one song left or two songs left. You go ahead and sing straight through, my friend.
Thank you. First off, welcome to our home here in Bloomfield, Connecticut, the Nutmeg State. And my wife Mary and myself. And Bloomfield is just north of Hartford. And welcome to our home. So here, let's get started with one of my favorites. Right from the pages of Moby Dick, the Gold Balloon chapter. Down the sea of good cheer, the Irish land will soon draw near. 2 days more and we'll sight Cape Clear. Jenny, get your old Cape Cod. Whoop! Jamboree, jamboree. Ringtail sailor, she's home behind. Jamboree, whoop! Jamboree, Jenny, get your old Cape Cod. And though the starship is inside, soon we'll be off the old ride. ringtail sailors seated home behind. Jamboree, whoop, jamboree, a Jenny get your old whoop. It's fun to think of Pip singing that. But anyway, one of the two chapters in Moby Dick where Melville does have the sailors singing, and of course Pip in the Gold Doubloon chapter.
Looks like you're frozen, Don, a little bit. Let's see if we can get you going again.
I think it's his internet connection.
I think they do deal with connectivity problems right up there. They've had that problem before.
They seem to have vanished from the set again. Oh, there's Don. Oh, see what we can get. There he is. Share us another song, please, Don.
Don, you're muted.
Don, you got to unmute there. Unmute, Don. Can I unmute you? No. Don has to unmute. Just click the mute thing and get off it, and then you'll be fine.
We clicked it. Are you okay?
Yep, we're all set. Go ahead, Don.
Okay, thank you. Again, a song about a crustacean, not a cetacean. Banjo flipping all. Okay, see what else we got here on our on our list. Now this may seem a little odd, but a song that Hetty West wrote so many years ago, and while it's not specifically a scene music song, it's a great song, and it's about leaving, and I myself, of course, was sent over to Vietnam, so I know about leaving, and fortunate enough to be here with you today, so I'm blessed in that regard. If you miss the train I'm on, then you'll know that I am gone. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles, 100 miles. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. Lord, I'm one, Lord, I'm two, Lord, I'm three, Lord, I'm four, Lord, I'm 500 miles away from home. Away from home, away from home, away from home, Lord, I'm 500 miles away from home. So if you miss the train I'm on, then you'll know that I am gone. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. Not a shirt on my back, not a penny to my name, but I can't go back home this away. This away, this away, this away, Lord, I can't go back home this away.
Terrific song, Don. I love that song. That's great. Want to remind folks they can help support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival by making a donation. And my friend Sophie is going to post that donation link in the chat section several times over the next several hours so you can follow it. Don, keep on going, my friend. What do you have for us?
Okay, I think we're going to do a Santillon, getting into the shanty element of it. Here we go. Join in. We're sailing across the river from Liverpool, heave away, a Santillon, around Cape Horn to Frisco Bay, all across the plains of Mexico. So heave her up and away we'll go, heave away, a Santillon, heave her up and away we'll go, all across the plains of Mexico. Now Santillano was a mighty fine man, heave away, a Santillano, until he made war with Uncle Sam, all across the plains of Mexico. So heave her up and away we'll go, heave away, the Santillano, heave her up and away we'll go, all across the plains of Mexico. Now General Old Taylor gained the day, heave away, Santiano. He made old Santi run away all across the plains of Mexico. So heave her up and away we'll go, heave away, Santiano. Heave her up and away we'll go, all across the plains of Mexico. Now Mexico, where the land lies low, heave away, Santiano. There ain't no snow and the whale fish blow all across the plains of Mexico. So heave her up and away we'll go, heave away, Santiano. Heave her up and away we'll go, all across the plains of Mexico. Now back in the days of '49, heave away, Santiano. Back in the days of the good old time, all across the plains of Mexico. So heave her up and away we'll go, heave away, Santiano. Heave her up and away we'll go, all across the plains of Mexico. As Stan would end. Thank you. Love that one. Okay. Yeah. This next one, wonderful ballad, and we all enjoy singing this one because, and Mary's going to be pointing out.
Frozen again, but he'll be back. Mary and Don will get us back together on this. Well, while we're waiting, again, check out the chat. Sophie is right. It's absolutely worth waiting for each time. And again, you can contribute to support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. Sophie has just posted the link yet again for donations. And we will see when Don gets unfrozen. I know that there's a touchy Wi-Fi link in that part of the world. He's back. Don is back, I think. Unmute yourself again, Don, and let's get going. We'll hear another couple of songs. There we are. Don Sineti, ladies and gentlemen. Sophie is right. Absolutely worth waiting for. What do you have for us, sir?
Okay.
I don't know if you got this before, but Don is going to sing The Leaving of Liverpool, which mentions the Davy Crockett. It was actually the David Crockett that was built at the Mystic Greenman and Company shipyard to be used as a New York Liverpool packet ship for $93,000. And from 1860 to 1874, John Burgess of Somerset, Mass. Was the captain. Well, he was planning to retire on the last trip, and the last trip, in a gale off of South America, he was swept overboard and drowned. And the mate, John Anderson, was the person who had to command the vessel back. And then in 1899, it was stranded off New York Bay and smashed to pieces in a week of a gale. And what is interesting is that this song we sang for the first time to Conrad campers at Mystic, and we don't usually put it in ballads, but Don put in the ballad, and I wish you could have seen those kids. They listen to every single word.
And the painting of the David Crockett that you see in back of Mary and I is a Stan Hugo painting of it, and generally considered to be one of his very best paintings that he did. Magnificent painting. Come to our home and you can see it in person.
We live in a museum.
Here we go. Fare thee well to you, my own true love. I am going far away. I am bound for California, but I know that I'd return someday. So fare thee well, me on true love, and when I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but me darling, when I think on thee. Oh, white ship on a Yankee sailing ship, Davy Crockett is her name, and Burgess is the captain of her, and they say that she's afloat in hell. So fare thee well, me on true love, and when I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but me darling, when I think on thee. Now I've sailed with Burgess once before, and I think I know him quite well. If a man be a seaman, he will do right well, but if not, he sure is in for hell. So fare thee well, me on true love, and when I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but me darling, when I think on thee. Now the sun is on the harbor, love, and I know I must be away, but I think of you every night and day as we do sail away. So fare thee well, me on true love, and when I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but me darling, when I think on thee.
I love that song, Don. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you very much. We have time for 2 more songs, Don. You pick them, you do them.
Okay. This is a rarity. I don't write many songs. I write songs about saving whales and things like that. But this is one I wrote to make it feel like it was a traditional ballad. It's called Way Hey Roll and Go. I don't sing it very often, so Mary's holding everything in front of me. I think we'll get a kick out of it. I hope so. Way hey roll and go, now we're burning. We're bound for old New England, boys. Now we're home again. I sailed out of Nantucket, boys, the Atlantic so blue. Down where them right whales play on the coast of old Peru. Way roll and go, now we're burning. We're bound for old New England, boys. Now we're home again. The sun was bright, the sky was blue, the wind it was so cold. Our captain's name was Johnson, boys, he was so very bold. So way roll and go, now we're burning. We're bound for old New England, boys, now we're home again. The girls down in Highland are the prettiest that I've seen. But Nancy is the name I carve on the whale sailing. Way roll and go, now we're burning. We're bound for old New England, boys. Now we're home again. At night I hear them humpbacks call as our bark does roll. The name they call is Mary dear, as the bells would toll. Way roll and go, now we're burning. We're bound for old New England, boys. Now we're home again. One more time. Away, roll and go. Now we're burning. We're bound for old New England, boys. Now we're home again.
Don, you say you don't sing that very often, but you should. That's terrific.
Thank you.
And I was mistaken. I think if the songs aren't too long, we do have time for actually 2 more. And I know, Don, you'll also be back on this stage tomorrow afternoon, but we love to hear you. So as long as they're not 75 verses, give us 2 more songs.
Yes. Okay. This is one of the really great shanties. It was used for as a shanty, but is oftentimes think of as a ballad. Here we go. We all know it, so let's join in. Oh, Shenandoah, I long to see you. Away, you rolling river. Oh, Shenandoah, I long to see you. We're bound away, so far away, cross the wide Missouri. Oh, Shenandoah, you're a mighty chief. Away, you rolling river. Oh, Shenandoah, I love your daughter. Shenandoah, you're a mighty river. Oh, you rolling river, and when you roll, our topsails quiver. We're bound away, so far away, across the wide Missouri. There was a Yankee skipper, oh, you rolling river. He winked his eye and flipped his flipper. We're bound away, so far away, across the wide Missouri. Oh, the sailor loved the Indian maiden. Oh, you rolling river, with trading goods his canoe was a-laden. We're bound away, so far away, across the wide Missouri. Oh, Shenandoah, you're a mighty chief. Oh, you rolling river. Oh, Shenandoah, I love your daughter. We're bound away, so far away, across the wide Missouri. Avasti. Thank you.
Wonderful. One last song, sir, before we say farewell, at least for a while. We'll see you tomorrow. This is Don Sineti, folks. What an incredible performer. It's great having him here on the show. Don Sineti.
Okay. Mary requested this one, okay? At the end of the day, I like a little drink. I raise up my voice and sing. And an hour or two with the fine brown brew, and I'm ready for anything. At the cross trees, and there were sisters for the landlord daughter's fair. And every night when they put out the light, I would tiptoe up the stairs. One for the morning glory, two for the early dew, three for the man who'll stand his ground, and four for the love of you, my girls, four for the love of you. I got the call from the foreign shores to go and fight the foe, and I got no more of the sisters four, still I was sad to go. I sailed away on a ship, the Morning Glory was her name, and we'd all fall down when the rum went round, and we'd get up and start again. One for the Morning Glory, two for the early dew, three for the man who'll stand his ground, and four for the love of you, my girls, four for the love of you. I sailed once more to my native shore, farewell to the raging sea, and the cross tree inn was a beckoning, and my heart was filled with glee. And there on the shore were the sisters four, a bundle upon each knee. There were three little girls and a bouncing boy, they all looked just like me. One for the morning glory, two for the early dew, three for the man who'll stand his ground, and four for the love of you, me girls, four for the love of you. Let's sing it. One for the morning glory, two for the early dew, three for the man who'll stand his ground, and four for the love of you, me girls, four for the love of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Don Sineti. I've never heard a more upbeat cautionary tale, Don. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. Don will be back here tomorrow afternoon on this stage, and I hope you'll be able to join us for that. We've got Larry Kaplan coming up in about 10 minutes. I want to thank George, our tech staff, our social host, Sophie, who needs to get some sleep. It's now, 2 in the morning in Australia, Sophie? Is that right? And it's been wonderful. And any questions or comments, you can check the chat. Also, please check the chat for making a donation to support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. Mary, nice job, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Nice job in your museum there with some beautiful works on the wall. Don Sineti, ladies and gentlemen, one big round of applause for Don Sineti. You can unmute for this round of applause if you want. Most deserving. All right, folks, here on this exciting stage, we will be on Dashing Wave. We'll be here in 10 minutes with Larry Kaplan, our new set of social hosts and tech hosts. Again, thanks to Geoff Keller, to Chris Madden, who helped us get this kicked off, and to not much thanks to the demons of the interwebs, but they seem to be tamed for now. How's everybody doing? We can chat for a few minutes. How's everybody doing? Everybody, Sophie.
I'd love to come to this festival one day and see what it's actually like. It sounds like it's like quite you sort of spill out onto the streets of the town. Is that kind of how it looks for you?
Wonderful. It's in the town, through the town, different buildings, and lovely, lovely, lovely.
Yeah, it's wonderful, Sophie. We hope you can come from Australia. I'm reminding folks that chatting for the next few minutes is fine, but as Chris points out, this is we are streaming live on Facebook, so everything should be at least not too nautical, if we can help it at this point. I would like to remind folks again that the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival was established 22 years ago, but 21, this is our 21st festival. We had our quote unquote final festival in 2019, but Chris Madden and a few others, including myself and the current members of the board, wanted to keep it going. Then, of course, COVID intervened, and COVID has made some challenges for us, but we are completely virtual this year, except for one stage in Portsmouth later this afternoon, which Chris will be hosting. And Chris, if you want to tell folks about that, that'd be great. And then we've got a wonderful, several different stages, concert tonight, and then we have an open sing after this and a concert tonight. More festival tomorrow, lots and lots of music. And the festival cannot survive without your support. And your support has been wonderful. Samantha, thanks for that comment. Shanty caroling. And I love that. And as we get closer to, actually, Chris and I have both sung shanty carols, one of which I promise never to sing again. But it's called, what is it? Ode from a Christmas Pudding at Sea. And I sang it once and entertained folks. I sang it the next time and they threw things at me. So I'm never singing it again. It's really not very good. But a lot of fun for that. But please, we need your support. And our wonderful Sophie, as one of her last acts as our earliest social host, she has posted the link to support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. Normally, we'd be passing buckets around to have you drop in dollars and checks and, gold bullion, but we haven't got that right now. So what we're doing is we're passing a link to donations so that we can keep the festival going. And we hope live next year in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And Sophie, we hope to see you. And I know it's a long swim, but I'm sure you can make it. And that reminded me because tonight we'll be hearing from the winners of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival songwriting competition. One of them, Don Bryan, is from Australia. And so he'll be performing his winning song at tonight's concert while it's Saturday night here on the East Coast. In Australia, it will be Sunday morning around the breakfast table. And so he will be performing that. We also have We have John O'Gray of the Porterman, also tied for the winning song, and he'll be performing. And Stuart Marcus, who won last year when there was no festival, will also be performing later in the show his winning songwriting accomplishment from last year. It's always a lot of fun. Please make donations. Please support. In about 6 or 7 minutes, Larry Kaplan will be unveiling yet some more musical magic from across the pond. Larry's in London right now performing. Will be performing. Chris, are you there? Do you want to say anything about the gratitude stage in Portsmouth itself? There he is. Why don't you say a few words?
I'm
Chris?
sad to report that due to weather, the outdoor portion of the Gratitude Festival is canceled. So we are not doing that this year.
Are we going to fit the Porterman in somewhere, I hope?
We are not.
Okay. Well, we're going to get Jono's live song.
Yes, I sure hope so.
I sure hope so as well. Well, the quarantine gods get pushed aside and then the weather hits us. So it's an adventure. This is Chris Madden. Chris is the president of the new, although we've been around now for over a year, president of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. Chris, anything you'd like to say to the folks before Larry starts his set?
Just thank you to everyone who's watching. This festival is created for the community, and it's the community that makes it keep going. It's not about a performer, which unfortunately in this online era we kind of have to do it this way, but it's not about a performer singing at an audience. It's about people singing together. So I hope the audience is singing along, and I really hope you'll be able to join us. As Sophie said, next year, fate's willing, we'll be able to have this festival in person in the streets of Portsmouth as it once was, and that you'll all be able to join us again and sing along in a great big group, and it'll be wonderful again.
Well, those of you who are on this stage right now, raise your hands if you've been singing along. Raise your hands if you've been singing along. I'm just checking this out. Very nice. So we know that a lot of singing along has been taking place, as much as we can't always hear it. And I understand that these things do happen. Okay, I just want to welcome folks to the Dashing Wave stage for the next round. Our new social host for this round is Hannah McCabe, and I believe Hannah is here. Samantha Johnson, the Zoom tech. I know Geoff and Chris will be around. I'm here. I'm not very good at tech, but I'm great at babbling, and that should work out. And Larry Kaplan, all the way from London. Larry is going to be coming on in about 2 minutes, and don't worry, Larry. I think Larry's here already, or at least I see his name. And because, again, we have one performer, I'm not going to interrupt too much, except to remind people to donate. And Hannah, as social host, will pop the donation link in the chat every now and then, and keep that going for us. Also, Hannah, at some point, a couple times, you'll pop Larry's website information. That will be terrific. And let's see how Samantha's here as well. And looks like we're getting ready to go. I saw Larry a minute ago. There's Larry.
Yep.
Larry, welcome back to the Dashing Wave stage, my friend.
A lot of swimming here, but I did it.
Well, you know, it's good for you. Your arms won't be as tired as Sophie's will be next year, though.
No, I wouldn't miss it for the Atlantic Ocean. So there you are.
I have to say that Larry has been, through his CDs, a wonderful addition to my weekly radio show. I've been playing a lot of your stuff, Larry, and
thanks.
the listeners seem to enjoy it as well. But you know, I don't mind us starting just a little. We're live streaming straight through, so I don't mind us starting just a little bit early. Hannah has just posted Larry's website, so you can check out his music as well as the donation link. And please remember that we can't keep the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival going without you. My name is Nick Noble, and I'm your talking too much, as my wife always says to me, talking too much MC. But Larry is our solo performer for this set. And so Larry, except for the occasional interruption to remind people to throw pennies our way, This show is yours, my friend. You're on stage. You don't need me very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm, warm welcome to Larry Kaplan.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks so much. And I see those numbers out there. I don't see everybody's faces and I can't hear people, but I know you're doing this with us. So thank you all for coming. And this is a bit of an unnatural process to be doing something that's meant to be in person. But it just goes to show that when there's a will, there's a way. And that's always true for music, especially this kind of music. So thank you for having me this year. I can't help but thinking of Gail Huntington on an occasion like this. Gail was a good friend of ours, my wife and mine, and I was sitting in his living room one evening, just getting ready to record at his request every song that he could remember at his later ages, and I asked, why is he playing "Rolling Home" with a guitar? And he got embarrassed. The first time I'd ever seen him get embarrassed, because it really was something that he would have taught other people and told other people you sing a cappella. So I'm going to do that the way Gail sang it. And this is actually Alton Tilton's version. Alton Tilton was one of the five Tilton brothers. Alton probably would not have approved of a small guitar, but here it is. So I'm going to do this version. It's "Rolling Home." And one little point that Gail made that probably you all do know is that the first verse is "Fare thee well, ye Spanish maidens, it's time to say adieu." Those aren't women from Spain. They were from the Valparaiso coast of the western part of South America, as the vessels were passing that way. It did say "Fare thee well," but they weren't in Spain. So just a little point of history. So "Rolling Home." Call all hands to man the capstan. See your cable running clear. Heave away and with a will, boys, for New England we will steer. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea, rolling home to old New England, rolling home, dear land, to thee. Fare thee well, ye Spanish maiden, it is time to say adieu. Happy times we spend together, happy times we spend with you. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea, rolling home to old New England, rolling home, dear land, to thee. Round Cape Horn, one frosty morning, and the sails were full of snow. Wear your sheets and sway your halyards, swing her off and let her go. Rolling home, rolling home, rolling home across the sea, rolling home to old New England, rolling home, dear land, to thee. Many thousand miles behind us, many thousand miles before, ocean lifts her wings to guide us to that well-remembered shore. Rolling home, rolling home, Thanks. Every year now, for about 6, 7 years, I guess, I'm going out to the Fisher Poets Gathering in Astoria, Oregon. That's an amazing place, Astoria. It's the former home of bumblebee tuna fish, the packing plants there, but it's still got an active salmon fishery. Hard work and tough times occasionally, but the folks who do the fishing have an unusual penchant for poetry, and they're not only interested in it, they're brilliant poets, world-class poets. This festival it actually attracted the attention of the New York Times, the Smithsonian, and Library of Congress as well. And when you're there, you realize you're around people who really tell the story. And I can't say that I've ever fished on a salmon vessel, but I've certainly come close to it and become good friends with those who do. This is a song I introduced last year called The Jonah. And those who don't know, a Jonah is a member of a crew who's considered bad luck. For some reason, and no one really understands what the reasons are, people get picked out as that person. Not all the time, but if things aren't going well, there's a tendency to blame. And I'm only mentioning it as an occasional thing, but when it happens, it's a pretty hard thing to watch and observe. But this is, I guess, a made-up story. But when I played it, some people came up to me and said, "Yes, this did happen," and that is a scary sign. But every image here is based in fact. Kids grow up fast on this hard luck river, so they talk of salmon as you watch them play, and they dream of boats, then they go out fishing, the big steel vessels on the northern bays. So get this job on an old purseiner, was a greenhorn deckhand in a four-man, and the men just say, we ain't catching nothing. So there ain't no room for a kid like you. When you do things right, well, they don't say nothing. When you do things wrong, well, they sure will then. I'm going home up that big old river. I'm no good on deck. You've got better men. The way it works out on this water, see the skipper's boss and he knows this bay, and he says time's money and he says get working. You take your place or there ain't no pay. Well, they say some boats have the curse of a Jonah. It's a bad luck loser working on your crew. They grab their coffee and they grunt damn weather, but they don't say nothing when they look at you. Well, you do things right, well, they don't say nothing. Well, you do things wrong, well, they sure do then. I'm going home up that big old river. I'm no good on deck, you've got better men. Wind blew hard, and the hull was shaken, and the waves punched back against our bow and stern. 10,000 pounds of sockeye salmon most honest money that you'll ever earn. Well, the lead line strained on that net of silver, and the boat pitched hard to the starboard side. Then she tipped back up as a purse line parted. The tides pulled hard as we crossed the line. When you do things right, well, they don't say nothing. Well, you do things wrong, well, they sure do then. I'm going home up that big old river. I'm no good on deck, you've got better men. When the sun's bright glow, you can see fish scatter. The old dam said as she swam away, "You goddamn Jonah," says the deckhand cussin'. "First you jinx this boat, now you take my pay." Well, you see them glare, well, you hear them cussin', well, you catch their spit in the downwind blow. When you keyed alone at the big ass table, and know it's time, well, it's time to go. Well, you do things right, well, they don't say nothing. Well, you do things wrong, well, they sure do then. I'm going home up that big old river. I'm no good on deck, you've got better men. So I'm going back to the kinder waters, where the salmon dance and the crystal flow. I will set my nets when you can't blame no one. The things you do are the things you know. You can lose your life on those cold, mean waters, get old and bitter by the cannery pier. You can break your back so you're not worth nothing. Let them find new Jonah, so I'll fish right here. Well, you do things right, well, they don't say nothing. Well, you do things wrong, well, they sure do then. I'm going home up that big old river. I'm no good on deck, you've got better men. You do things right, well, they don't say nothing. We do things wrong, well, they sure do then. I'm going home, big old river. I'm no good on deck, you've got better men. Thanks. I don't know, I was looking at the image on Zoom. It appears that I'm playing gigantic guitars, and that's just the angle of the camera. My hands are not this big either. But now I have a very large 12-string, which may actually consume the earth if I get any closer to the camera here. This is a song that haunts me still. I was in Providence, Rhode Island in February, oh gosh, back in 77, 76, and wrote this song just before a storm had come to Providence. It was winter and it was supposed to be a bad ice storm. And I was thinking, after having been working on the water for quite a while, what it must be like out there, weather like that. And so I wrote the song, and the next day in the Providence Journal was a story of an incident of 3 brothers lost in a fishing boat gone out too far. And it was almost the same story. So that's the kind of song you kind of put down and don't play for a while. But it's a story. we set our traps in the bitter cold on the third day of the year. There was 3 of us then, we were the youngest of 10, 2 for lines and 1 to steer. When it blows northeast on the George's bank, you don't like to take your time. But the engine was old, it didn't like the cold, and we fell back on our lines. Get her into shore, she can't take it anymore. She's too far from home, it's gonna break her bones. Can't you get her into shore? Jack throws the switch, he says, "You son of a bitch, what the hell do you think you're doing? You brought us to the poorhouse too many times, you ain't taken us to our ruin." But the line went slack, we saw the stern turn back, and we started up again. But she just tightened up, and I knew we were stuck, lying broadside in the wind. Get her into shore, she can't take it anymore. She's too far from home, it's gonna break her bones. Can't you get her into shore? Tom picks up an axe, cuts us free from the traps. He swung so hard he smashed the rail. Then he looks hard at me and he spits in the sea. His face was whiter than the hail. We tried her again, gave it all that we could, and we felt that screw turn round. And I remember I prayed for some more steerage way on that black and ugly ground. Get her into shore, she can't take it anymore. She's too far from home, it's gonna break her bones. Can't you get her into shore? Jack puts her heart over, sort of run with the tide, but she fell into the trough, and with her side to the swell, she just leaned in and fell, and I knew we all were lost. And all that I saw was that rotten old keel, with that line flung across her stern. But I couldn't hold to her, and I couldn't go down. I just wished I'd never been born. Get her into shore, she can't take it anymore. She's too far from home, it's gonna break her bones. Can't you get her into shore? Well, the tide runs hard in the winter time. You're a fool to go and try. God help the poor man who was born on the sea. God save the poor ones who die.
Wow, I can see how that would haunt you, Larry. What a beautiful song. Very
Thanks.
powerful. I want to remind folks that Larry Kaplan, the link to Larry Kaplan's website is in the chat, along with a link to making donations to support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. We've got another, oh goodness, half an hour or so here with Larry. And so I'm going to shut up now and we'll keep the music going. Back to you, Larry.
Thanks, Nick. I want to sing a song about September 11th, which wasn't too long ago, and it was an anniversary event of the attack of the Twin Towers. And this, for some reason, has turned out to be a bit of a homage to the firefighters and the first responders during that terrible episode. It was actually based on a book I saw while having a haircut in a barber shop by Marion Kalman, wonderful children's book that attempted to tell the story of the Twin Towers event in a way that children would understand it through the eyes of a fireboat. And the fireboat is the John J. Harvey, which was quite a hero. It had been retired, actually sent to a scrapyard in New Jersey until a group of folks from the city and New Jersey as well got together and raised some funds to restore her slowly, bit by bit. That's been done, and now she's, I guess, registered as a National Historic Landmark, if boats can be landmarks. And she's in New York Harbor. You can go on board and visit. I think she actually takes excursions. It was the highliner of its time. Now the vessels that fight fires in big city harbors are much more powerful, but Harvey was held her own against all of those. And this tells the story of what happened on the day of September 11th. New York City on a run. It was 1931. Babe Ruth hit number 601. Snickers hit the candy store. Fierce competition at the Kennel Club. Empire State going up above. Well, the John J. Harvey was a new fire tug. Best firefighter in the land. What you gonna do with an old fireboat when the screw don't turn and the hull don't float? Down in Staten Island with a lump in her throat, waiting for the next pier fire. Engine's gotta rumble, props has gotta spin, doors has gotta open or you can't get in. Strainer's gotta clear to let the river in. How we ever gonna fight a fire? She had 5 diesel engines and 8 water pipes, a cabin full of nozzles and a big searchlight, pumped 15,000 gallons in a minute. Right, did I mention how that hull did shine? Well, up and down the Hudson on a sunny day, back down the East River on a cold, wet spray. Keep an eye on Brooklyn, 'cause it ain't her day. Hey, you got a problem with that? What you gonna do with an old fireboat when the screw don't turn and the hull don't float? Down in Staten Island with a lump in her throat, waiting for the next pier fire. Engine's gotta rumble, props has gotta spin, doors has gotta open or you can't get in. Strainer's gotta clear to let the river in. How we ever gonna fight a fire? Now boats get old and they tire out, and they all go to New Jersey just to sit it out. Well, the yard said scrap what we set for sale, putting all our money in a pail. Hatches on her bottom, Bondo on her decks, gardens in her bilges so she ain't dead yet. Spitting out that water for the 4th of July, making pretty rainbows in the sky. What you gonna do with an old fireboat when the screw don't turn and the hull don't float? Down at Staten Island with a lump in her throat, waiting for the next pier fire. Engine's gotta rumble, props has gotta spin, doors has gotta open or you can't get in. Strainer's gotta river in. How you ever gonna fight a fire? September 11th with a radio set. Someone out there calling, Harvey, join the rest. Pressed back into service on the fireboat line. Bright September morning, but the sun don't shine. Well, the heavens were falling, the ground was all ablaze. Haven't seen the likes of this since firefighting days. She was built to move the water, she was built to do it right. Pumped 1,000,000 gallons till the next daylight. But what you gonna do with an old fireboat when the screw don't turn and the hull don't float? Down in Staten Island with a lump in her throat, waiting for the next pier fire. Engine's gotta rumble, props has gotta spin, doors gotta open or you can't get in. Strainer's gotta clear to let the river in. How you ever gonna fight a fire? Well, you can work a vessel hard till she's gotta quit. You can put a crew upon her deck who want no part of it. You can scrap or pull her engine, hope the rudder fits. You can watch her cabin filled with summer rain. But no one tells a river that it shouldn't flow. No one tells a whistle it will never blow. And no one tells a hero it's time to go. And never leave your hero on the shore. What you gonna do with an old fireboat when the screw don't turn and the hull don't float? Down at Staten Island with a lump in her throat, waiting for the next pier fire. Engine's gotta rumble, props has gotta spin, doors gotta open or you can't get in. Strainer's gotta clear to let the river in. How you ever gonna fight a fire? Well, New York City on a run. Autumn sun shining down on everyone. Derek Jeter hit another big home run. Snickers still in the candy stores. Got a new red carpet at the Kennel Club. World Trade Center going up, up, up. Well, the John J. Harvey going pump, pump, pump. Best firefighter in the land. What you gonna do with an old fireboat when the screw don't turn and the hull don't float? Down in Staten Island with a lump in her throat, waiting for the next big fire. Engine's gotta rumble and props has gotta spin. Doors gotta open or you can't get in. Straighters gotta clear to let the river in. How we ever gonna fight a fire? How we ever gonna fight a fire? How we ever gonna fight a fire? Thanks. I mentioned Gail Huntington earlier. We, as I say, we did record all of his music, my wife and I, and that's now been presented and accepted at the Library of Congress in the Folklife section. It's now available actually for listening on their online system. And I'd recommend you listen to it because you'll hear Tom Tilden, Zeb's nephew, interrupting all the time to tell his stories of life at sea with Zeb. And the whole tape is just so interesting. And we got most of Gail's songs. He wanted it that way, but he also decided to pull out the fiddle after a few bottles of old Newburyport rum and played every song he could remember on the fiddle. And that's a priceless collection. So I'm very, very happy that it's finally made its way. But he played this song. Actually, he didn't play this song. He read this poem to me that he found in a collection of entries in the Swan Journal on the vessel Lotus from 1833. It was found in the town landfill on Vineyard Haven. One of Gail's high school students found it and brought it to him and thought he might be interested in it. And that actually was the very first step in the foundation of the book he wrote called Songs the Whalemen Sang. Classic book now. And the song is a mystery. It's an eerie story with lots of unanswered questions to it. And so with the guitar in hand, I decided to put a bit of a melody to it. It could be read as a poem, but this is called The Sea Ran High. And the sea ran high, and fast the snow fell from the sky. When a little bark on our shore was cast, and all on board but one was lost. The hardy captain oft before had suffered wrecks and trials sore, but still he dared the sea to brave, leave his home for a watery grave. Well, the other men were stout and bold, but to the wreck they could not hold. The angry waves rolled over their heads and sunk them in the sea like lead. But all one alone of all the crew, who was both young and feeble too. Yes, he, though weak, outlived the gale, to tell to all this fatal tale. The wind blew hard and the sea ran high, and fast the snow fell from the sky. When a little bark on our shore was cast, and all on board but one was lost.
Wow, that was beautiful, Larry.
It's a haunting story.
Setting a poem to music like that always impresses me. I'm reminding folks again that you can make some donations, support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. Go to the chat area, and Hannah has posted the link to making those donations, those contributions, but also a link to Larry's website, because he's got a lot of music and it's all worth hearing. So let's hear some more, Larry.
Thanks. Came across a picture of a steamer in front of New York, in the harbor. And there were obviously immigrants, persons seeking the new world on board, cram packed on the decks. And if you look closely at the picture, they're leaving. They're not coming into New York. There was indeed that phenomenon of people who just couldn't make it work out for them when they left their homelands to come here. And that picture has inspired a song which I call Dearest Lavinia. I think about so many people these days facing the same challenges and consequences. Dearest Lavinia, I trust all is well. Our ship makes this passage on terrible swells. If I ever reach England, I will welcome the day when I'll walk by your side on safe land. By the time this note finds you, please God, I'll be home. I'm sorry for leaving, forgive me for going, but my words could stir oceans. There is much I must tell. I may never reach England again. I could not find fortune on American soil. I bring nothing home to you but a year's sweat and toil, and I was one of the many who stood long on the lines, and I went to sleep hungry and cold. But I left my own country for the promise of wealth, which I sought for our family, never once for myself. My sea greater fortune on our stone-covered land, I shall make this long journey no more. There were thousands who journeyed to find that great land, then thousands who settled with a new life they planned, but also the many who would miss their homeland, and the dear ones who never said go. Now I dream I am sailing with the stars in the sky, and I follow the brightest one back to your eyes. The sea shakes and trembles, and the clouds thunder so, I may never see England again. Dearest Lavinia, I trust all is well. Our ship makes this passage on terrible swells. If I ever reach England, I shall welcome the day that I walk by your side on safe land. We have some time, yeah. I'm going to sing a song for those intrepid sailors who should not have ever stepped foot on board a vessel, at least for livelihood. This comes right from the Connecticut River, and I envisioned it not far from where our home is there. It's called Turn the Boat Around. Well, turn the boat around. It's a long walk home when you go aground. 2 whole days to reach the sound. Turn the boat around. Well, I'm an old landlubber when it comes to boats and sea. I wouldn't know a rudder post that falls on top of me. When times are rough, you take a job that wasn't meant to be. Yeah, but work is work. This is work to put an end to me. Oh, turn the boat around. It's a long walk home when you go aground. 2 whole days to reach the sound. Turn the boat around. Well, this river moves too swiftly. Well, it fools you constantly. Dodging rocks, no time to stop. Mind the fallen trees. The captain used to tell me, yeah, you'll pick it up somehow. But I'm at home in a pickup truck and working with a plow. Oh, turn the boat around. It's a long walk home when you go aground. 2 whole days to reach the sound. Turn the boat around. Well, we haul big rocks from Brattleboro, logs from old St. J. We meet the train at Middletown, oh, it so confuses me. Well, tide goes out, we make good time. Tide comes in, we crawl. When the snow is hard, ice is thick, we don't even move at all. Oh, turn the boat around. It's a long walk home when you go aground. 2 whole days to reach the sound. Turn the boat around. Well, I miss my home and my family. Well, I miss the solid ground. Miss being dry when the corn is high and it's time to cut it down. I'd rather be with farmers. I got better things to do than to feel like I'm the biggest fool in this whole damn blasted crew. Oh, turn the boat around. It's a long walk home when you go aground. 2 whole days to reach the sound. Turn the boat around. Well, it's 15 miles to Saybrook Point. From there it's out to sea. Well, the current's swift and the tide is right. She's going too fast for me. When next she makes it through Hell's Gate, well, you won't find me aboard. Well, enough's enough. I'd rather have a job I can afford. Oh, turn the boat around. It's a long walk home when you go aground. 2 whole days to reach the sound. Turn the boat around. Well, turn the boat around. It's a long walk home when you go aground. 2 whole days to reach the sound. Turn
wonderful, Larry. You got time for 2 more songs, my friend.
Yeah, okay.
And we're going to remind folks again about Larry's website, which is in the chat room. Thank you, Hannah, and the donation link. But at least 2 more songs. If they're not epic, we might have 3. It's an adventure here as you are in London, and you'll be back again right away afterwards. So,
Oh, sure.
but I know you have a repertoire wide enough for that.
If it weren't for COVID, I'd be there now. But
If it weren't for COVID, we'd all be there now, my friend.
oh, I know that. But I'm freeing myself up, so I'm going to be able to do it pretty soon. Just get those COVID tests done and you get on an airplane. It's simple as that. This is. I thought this song would become outdated when the Franklin expedition was located, but there's so many stories around the loss of the Franklin group that have to do with those who tried to search for her and not find her and get into catastrophes of their own. This is one of them. It's about the Polaris, a vessel that left New London Harbor under the command of Captain Charles Francis Hall. If you see a picture of Charles Francis Hall, he was looked like he could have been a sophomore in a college. He was so young and a good sailor, but didn't necessarily instill the trust of his crew members. And this is what happened to that ill-fated vessel. Damn you to hell, Captain Charles Francis Hall. You'll never take us any further, for we'll crush in the ice of the North Polar Sea. There's not one man prepared to stand by you. So they left him behind at Thank God Harbor in late summer of '71. And freed up the ice anchors and struck out for New London, northern Greenland bearing down on them. Oh, the ice pan rolls, when will this ever end? When will I ever see my summer hills of home again? Well, there never were likes of a merrier crew, crossing that Bergy hole sober. If she sails a bit hard in the September seas, it won't matter as long as she's going. But 2 weeks went by, they saw more ice than sea. 4 weeks and a day, there was sleet on her sails. And they stuck in the ice off of Littleton Island, one long winter away from New England. Oh, the ice pan rolls, when will it ever end? When will I ever see my summer hills of home? Well, they gathered their food and they gathered their clothing, all their oilskins and wool, threw them over the rail. And they lay on the ice pan and waited till morning, not a single word spoken among them. She's gone, boys, she's drifted, our ship's disappeared. She's gone and she's sure to be broken. She's lost in the snows of the North Polar Sea, and we're lost in the ice drifts of Greenland. Oh, the ice pan rolls, when will it ever end? When will I ever see my summer hills of home again? God damn you to hell, Captain Charles Francis Hall. You'll never take us any further, for we'll crush in the ice of the North Polar Sea. There's not one man prepared to stand by you.
I think one more song, Larry, and
Okay, yeah.
we'll break on that, but you'll be back with Geoff about 10 or 12 minutes after that.
Right.
Larry Kaplan, ladies and gentlemen.
You may see Pusser's rum in the liquor stores from time to time. It's actually not the original British Navy's Pusser's rum, but it has a very long story that I can't go into now, except to say that rum was served on board the naval vessels of England for years, since 1655. Originally, it was beer that was served the sailors to keep them happy and motivated. It was replaced by rum, in part because rum was a better carrier of lime juice, which would be used to prevent and treat scurvy. So standard ration was a half a pint of rum a day, and that was 110 proof alcohol. That quickly changed for a variety of reasons to a 1 in 4 dilution, and then to 1 in 8. A gentleman named Vernon, who wore an overcoat called a grogam, it was made out of a cloth called gragam, was responsible for deciding how much rum the sailors would receive. And he got the nickname Old Grog, so that's where the word grog comes from. There are all kinds of mischief around rum. They never took away the rule that said that a sailor could buy rum on shore and bring it on board. So there was lots of industry, even in the King's Navy. And other vessels, merchant vessels, took on that practice as well. And in 1970, a statement was made by the Admiralty that said rum was not, and I'll read this, not compatible with the complex and often delicate machinery and systems of modern ships today, which basically said that people just couldn't handle the job of sailing with too much rum in their system. So it was banned, and the Black Tot Day occurred in July of 1970, where the last of rum was distributed. However, the company lives on in Tortola. So this is my homage to British Navy Pusser's rum. A pusser is a nickname for the purser. Explanation does not require any further elaboration. 1 part rum, 2 parts water. That's the grog we get today. Break your back, make fast your halyards. Royal Navy rum's your pay. Take the rum, stand your ration. Pot's the lot you get for sure. When night falls on the thirsty ocean, we can use a whole lot more. 90 proof, the pusser tells us. That's what I call a lovely rum. Captain says you'll get what's due ya when your bloody work is done. 20 days to reach Tortola, through the heat and the scorching sun. 20 days to reach Tortola, British Navy Pusser's rum. When a sailor tests his mettle, when the mate says, lad, well done, you get 2 tots for all his trouble. Splice the main brace, there's your rum. Take my neat without fresh water, well, the barrel's dry and the water's gone. This ain't no time to pray for rain, I'd rather pray for Pusser's rum. 90 proof, the pusser tells us, that's what I call a lovely rum. Well, the captain says you'll get what's due ya when your bloody work is done. 20 days to reach Tortola, through the heat and the scorching sun. 20 days to reach Tortola, British Navy Pusser's rum. Middle watch, bosun sleeping. I'll let her luff and shut the hatch. Oh, Bob's a dying, Bob's a dying. That's what we call a drunken bash. So take a long swig at the braces. 3 good sippers make a gulp. Was good enough to pickle Nelson. I can see now, help me up. Oh, 90 proof the pusser tells us. Oh, that's what I call a lovely rum. Well, the captain says you'll get what's to you when your bloody work is done. Well, 20 days to reach Tortola, through the heat and the scorching sun. 20 days to reach Tortola, British Navy, Pusser's Run. Casks near empty, Pusser's lying. You can't even call that rum. Well, the first mate says, you lazy beggars, no grog for you, the work's not done. Well, 20 days to reach Tortola, 30 more to round Cape Horn, 2 months more to Valparaiso, 3 months more to Singapore. Oh, 90 proof, Pusser tells us, that's what I call a lovely rum. Captain says you get what's due when your bloody work is done. 20 days to reach Tortola, through the heat and the scorching sun. 20 days to reach Tortola, British Navy, Pusser's Run.
Larry Kaplan, that was wonderful. I love that song. That song was absolutely terrific. Larry, you're gonna be back in about 10 minutes or so, along with Geoff Kaufman, and I'm gonna take a little bit of break in a minute and let my friend Persis take over for a bit. But first, I'd like to thank both Samantha and Hannah for their efforts. Hannah has posted in the chat Larry's website information, also donation information for the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival, and a way you can connect with questions and that sort of thing. Bill is going to be our new tech host, Bill and his lake behind him. And our new social host will be Lynn, an old friend. Lynn, great to have you with us. And I'm going to run away for 5 minutes and ask my friend Persis, also a member of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival Board, to dive in and let you know what's going on and share her thoughts with you, as we're about 9 minutes away from our next round with Geoff Kaufman and the amazing Larry Kaplan. Persis? Oh, Persis. You're muted, Persis.
Thanks.
Hi, Persis.
Thanks, Nick.
Be back in a bit. Got to grab myself a sandwich.
Great. See you later. Thanks, everybody, for being here. This has been tons of fun so far. And I am really looking forward to hearing some more music this afternoon. And I think, Bill, you need to either spotlight me or unspotlight Nick, because I can't seem to make myself the
You don't see yourself spotlighted.
No, I don't. Do you see me spotlighted?
That's just how it works. You are spotlighted. The rest of us see you spotlighted.
Oh, okay, great. Thanks, Lo.
Welcome.
So our next up, as Nick said, we have, let me get my schedule up. We have Geoff Kaufman and Larry Kaplan. And I don't know, I've just been loving hearing all the music, but I'm also very glad that we're recording all of the sessions so that I can go back and look at all of the other sessions and see my friends singing and making fabulous music. How about the rest of you?
Very much looking forward to it.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Nice to see Geoff. Nice to see Larry.
Yep. And here's the requisite cat bomb. Here's
Up, Zoom bingo.
Yep, cat bingo. We do run on donations, and if we were in Portsmouth at this moment, our volunteers would be running around with a bucket asking for donations. And so we run on them. Even though we're virtual, we still have costs. And you can go to the donation link on our website, and Lynn can post that, that link in the chat.
We speak.
As we speak. And I am, I hope you can enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend. We do have 3 different rooms running for programming today, and we have 4 rooms running tomorrow. We also have a chat room where you can go and socialize with people. I suspect that will be more used when we take a break after the shanty sing at 2. But you can go poke in there anytime you'd like. So I am just, as I said, I'm just so thrilled to be here. And I'm so thrilled to see everybody else.
And here's a little background about where you are. In Dashing Wave. Of course, every single one of these is named after a ship built in Portsmouth. So here's some background on the Dashing Wave in the chat.
Yep. We've named all of our rooms after Portsmouth ships, and Gail Finn, who's another one of our board members, did some research and it put it up so that we can all see it. And I know we're streaming to YouTube, so hello to our YouTube audience. We'll be back with Geoff Kaufman and Larry Kaplan at 1 o'clock. All of our sessions start at the top of the hour. And we are pleased to see performers from around the world and audience from around the world. We also have tech staff from 3 different continents. And I thank every single one of them for helping make this festival possible, because none of us here on the board can be in more than one place at a time. Hard as we try, it's just doesn't work. So we're in the 10-minute interlude between sessions, allowing people time to move from one Zoom to another, allowing people time to refresh their drinks, and get a little bit of a bite to eat.
Just done, yes.
Oh, excellent. Nick, fabulous.
Oh, hi, Persis.
Hi, Nick.
We've got, what time is it? About 4 minutes until we kick in again. Let's see, Bill is there with the tech. Lynn, are you there?
I am,
Say
sir.
hi, Lynn. Hi, Lynn, how are you?
I'm well.
It's nice to see you. You're looking very colorful today. I like that. All right.
My nautical chic look.
Well, I went with just blue on blue and I got my background because you don't want to see my office, which is my son's old bedroom. It's piled high with everything. Let's see, Larry is with us. Geoff is with us. And Geoff, Geoff is not in the screen. He ran away, but he'll be back. I hope everyone is enjoying themselves. We got some nice notes in the chat. So there's particularly a nice piece on Dashing Wave. And thank you also, Lynn, for posting our donation link. I'm keeping track of it from here. We're getting a few donations in at my real job is treasurer of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival, which is something of a miracle in itself. But Chris Madden can talk me into anything.
Nick,
So
Nick, I want to add that for those of you who are watching this on YouTube, the liner notes for the ship notes are available on the website as part of on the side of the schedule. So you can go take a look at those there if you're watching our YouTube. Now back to you.
All right, my friends, we are getting ready to had some nice donations come in. That's nice. And again, if you want to check out the link in the chat, you can donate to support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. This is the 21st Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. Geoff, in about 2 minutes, we're going to start with you. And we'll do, I think, 2 songs of yours, and then you want to go back and forth with Larry. Does that make sense? You can unmute and tell me.
You were talking to me.
Yeah, I was talking to you.
Yeah, okay.
We'll start with 2 songs from you, and then we'll rotate Larry, you to the end of this set. Does that make sense?
That sounds fine.
Larry, does that make sense to you back in London?
Sure does. I just hooked up my headphone. I didn't hear what you were saying before then, but I got it now. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. My headphone doesn't seem to work, so it's blasting through my apartment. My wife has turned the TV up in the other room and is going shopping shortly. But it'll make it work. I'd like to take a moment to welcome everyone, since we are broadcasting, if you will, live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome everyone to this round, the Dashing Wave stage of the 21st Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. My name is Nick Noble. I am the treasurer of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival, which means I am a member of the board. I am also the host of the Folk Revival on WICN Worcester Public Radio, where many of these artists have had their music played from time to time, especially a couple of weeks ago when Chris Madden was my guest co-host. We did nothing but maritime songs for 3 hours to promote this festival. The festival is made possible by contributions from people who participate. And so in the link, every couple of songs, my good friend Lynn is going to pop the link for donations in there, and also the website information about performers so people can realize what's going on. But feel free to make a donation. Normally we'd be running around with big buckets, shaking them in your face saying, please donate, please donate, please donate. We're not doing that now. You just listen to me babble. But you're not going to listen to me babble that much, I promise you. Larry Kaplan and Geoff Kaufman are getting ready. We're about 30 seconds away from getting started. We've already had 27 songs in 3 hours. That's not bad. And if I could do that on the radio, I'd be a star. We're moving along with this wonderful edition of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. Yes, being virtual can be a little bit frustrating because we're not singing along in real time because of the latency issues. But by being successful this weekend, we hope and pray that next year we'll be live again in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And without further ado, Geoff Kaufman and Larry Kaplan. Geoff, what do you got for us, my friend?
Well, thank you very much, Nick, and to all of you who have organized this wonderful event. It's so much fun to be here and seeing all of friends and cohorts from all over joining us. Just a great effort to put all that together. I thought that I would spend this time singing contemporary sea songs other than Larry Kaplan's. And I would just say that, in fact, contemporary maritime music is what got me into this mess to begin with. However, and along the way, certainly a couple of Larry's songs have become central to my repertoire. But the first one that got me going was actually when I was a sophomore at Middlebury College, and my roommate called me up one night. He was doing a radio show, and he said, "You got to hear this song." And it was Gordon Bach singing Bay of Fundy. And it took me a few years, as I often say, as a tenor, to have the courage to sing this song, given the range that he sang it in. However, It was one of the first songs that inspired me to pay attention to maritime music. Oh, you main men, proud and young, when you run your easting down, don't go down to Fundy Bay, she'll wear your time away. Fundy's long and Fundy's wide, Fundy's fog and rain and tide, never see the sun or sky, just a green wave going by. Cape Sable's horn blows all day long. Oh, wonder why, wonder why. Now you know I'd rather ride Grenfell Strait or the Breton tide, spend my days on the Labrador and never see old Fundy shore. Spend my days on the Labrador and not see old Fundy shore. Give her staysail, give her main, in the darkness and the rain. I don't mind the wet and cold, I just don't like the growing old. I don't mind the wet and cold, I just don't like the growing old. Cape Sable's horn blows all day long. Oh, wonder why, wonder why. East by north or east northeast, give her what she steers the best. I don't want this foggy wave to be my far and lonely grave. I don't want this foggy wave to be my far and lonely grave. Cape Sable's horn blows all day long. Fog and rain, fog and rain. Cape Breton's bell rings in the swell, rings for me, rings for me.
Gordon Bach would be proud of your tenor, Geoff.
Well, I get to see him on a fairly regular basis when I get down east. I sail around Penobscot Bay for a week in July, and I've often ended up at the Steam Sail and Power Museum in Rockland. And he has shown up at some of my shows, and I've certainly told him over the years how much. In fact, I recorded that song on my first album, so he's well aware of my admiration. One of the other places that I went that had a tremendous impact on me was that in 1983 I ended up going over to the Sidmouth Festival in England, and just an incredible place where you could get into a back room of a pub with I don't know, 150 people, and they go around the room and do a sing for 4 hours, and they would get little 6-year-olds up on a chair to sing a ballad that they knew perfectly and sang wonderfully, and it was just the whole experience was an inspiration. But I also met a couple of wonderful songwriters, and one of them, of course, was John Connolly, who we later had come over to our festival at Mystic a couple of times. But this is a song that he had written way back when. I think with Bill Meek, that my recollection is. But so this is his Ranter's Wharf. On Ranter's Wharf, the sun went sailing down like an old square rigger bound to sea once more. And in the murmur of the evening tide, I heard a young voice crying, crying on the shore. I found her weeping by the waterside, the evening shadows like the clothes she wore. Oh, Betsy Malkin is my name, kind sir. I'm here to seek my Johnny, Johnny on the shore. My Johnny was a handsome sailor lad. I lost him in the gale of '94. His vessel broke all on the midnight sand, and here they found him lying, lying on the shore. I've watched the seasons come and go, kind sir. I'm waiting still, for what can I do more? Sometimes I think my Johnny's calling me when I hear the seagulls crying, crying on the shore. On Ranter's Wharf the tide was turning now, as the moon beamed through, no silver girl I saw. And was I dreaming or a drunken man when I heard the seagulls crying, crying on the shore, crying on the shore. Thank you very much. And I would just say that there's another wonderful example of someone who could write in the tradition. And Larry and I have been talking about that in terms of what his music does. And so I'm delighted to turn the mic back over to Larry and hear more of his wonderful songs.
Thanks, Geoff. Thanks, Geoff. Larry, you're up. And I want to remind folks again to look in the chat for the donation link and contribute to the festival, while Larry and Geoff contribute to the festival with their wonderful music. Larry?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Geoff, so much. It's really good to see you in this odd way, but hopefully in the near future, we'll do it analog and visit in person. The only person who sings my songs better than me is Geoff, and that's something I'm very grateful for and proud of. So we're going to do some songs tonight that probably neither of us have heard, but this is one that comes right from my backyard. It's song that I don't think I've ever played before. It's called "The Night the Vessels Burned," and it is an attempt to accurately and also inaccurately tell the tale of the raid on Essex, the British raid on Essex, which on all accounts was a minor incident. It occurred in the War of 1812, and Essex was quietly known for building and restoring vessels to become privateers, which are not necessarily naval vessels, but the U.S. Navy would contract them to provide some security services in the coastal waters. And this is the story of a successful attempt to thwart the burning of one vessel, although the fleet was burned. And every year we have something locally called the Losers Parade, which is an unfair statement, but there are those with the historical bent in the town of Essex who don't feel it was much of a successful operation. The militia was asleep at the time. They couldn't organize very well, and they ran up along the shore as the British vessels were leaving towards Saybrook Point. Not much blood was lost, but still part of our history. So it's called "The Night the Vessels Burned." Real names, real people. I am Nehemiah Hayden, and I own 1/3 part interest in the finest sailing ship this village ever put to sea. She will race to save New London, and she'll meet the Royal Navy. The proudest privateer will never burn like all of these. We will march along the river, we will chase the British home. From Pettipog to Sabre Point, this sea will have their bones. We will call for the militia of this great and fearless land. In the spring of 1814, every woman, child, and man. There is kindling in her keelson, and a bloody officer, his torch set to a lighter. I will snuff the embers out. He will scurry like a rat and go a-running through the thicket, all the way back to Long Island Sound. We'll make good work of that. We will march along the river. We will chase the British home. From Pettipog to Sabre Point, the sea will have their bones. We will call for the militia of this great and fearless land. In the spring of 1814, every woman, child, and man. Come and join me now, good neighbors, Dr. Sweet and Mr. Glover. Mr. Pratt, this is our duty. We must chase the scoundrels out. Let me first speak to this fella, for he bears the Mason's emblem. The very same adorns the coat I stand and shiver in. We will march along the river. We will chase the British home. From Pettipog to Sabre Point, this sea will have their bones. We will call for the militia of this great and fearless land. In the spring of 1814, every woman, child, and man. Well, I beg, fraternal brother, spare my vessel from your flames. She's bound for the West Indies, and she does not yet have a name. Would you join us for some rum, sir? It's the finest in the land. Let us fan a different fire in my cellars on my land. We will march along the river. We will chase the British home. From Pettipog to Sabre Point, the sea will have their bones. We will call for the militia of this great and fearless land. In the spring of 1814, every woman, child, and man. Wee hours of the morning, there was laughter, there was song. Well, a jovial assembly of men who spoke no harm. There's a keg here still empty. Let us plunder with our flasks. We have neither a militia you a king who cannot last. We will march along the river, we will chase the British home. From Pettapog to Sabre Point, the sea will have their bones. We will call for the militia of this great and fearless land. In the spring of 1814, every woman, child, and man. And the sun rose warm and kindly on a score of smoldering hulls. The sky no longer crimson, no more the musket balls. He has left his sword against my wall, his cap upon my floor. We have launched the fastest private king to ever fight this war. We will march along the river, we will chase the British home. From Pettapog to Sabre Point, the sea will have their bones. We will call for the militia of this great and fearless land. In the spring of 1814, every woman, child, and man.
Larry Kaplan, thank you again. You continue to amaze and impress me.
I'm singing this in England, and I have a lot of neighbors in this building. So we'll see what happens in the morning.
Invite them over.
The Morgan is a remarkable vessel, and I stood in awe as she was launched for her first trip after her total restoration. But I also wondered, my gosh, you know, there might be whales out there that might even remember the Morgan. I know, Geoff, you thought about that too, and there's certain whales that can live over 100 years, and we know they sing, and we don't know what they sing to each other, but there may be ballads in there as well. So there may be a whole oral history about the Morgan, and I just fantasize about that possibility. And what would the whales say to the Morgan if they could? Maybe they have. And the thought I had was that they might have a bit of a missive and a warning to the vessel. There are so many good things that the Morgan can do. She's still a valuable museum piece, but my gosh, those who've been on her, I know, have told me that she sails beautifully, and she's a naval vessel. So this is a song called Whale's Message to the Morgan. I've written it a few times. The first time it wasn't clear that it was the whale speaking, but it is. I've not seen such a beautiful sight since 1917. Dressed up in new canvas, all cocky and proud, sailing out of the fog in a dream. She's earned this attention, the moment is hers. She gave work to good folks by the score. The last wooden whaler, the hunt for the whale, may she live still 100 years or more. She's the last of vessels that sailed from your docks to bring the whale fish to your shore. But what of the creatures who still die in the deep when she goes whaling no more? Your grandfather spoke the stink from her hull and the oil that spat on her sails, bound down for New Bedford with the blood and the bones, the tears of the ocean's great whales. This was your business, you saw nothing wrong, chasing the whale from his rest. That was the work of different time, for some the one thing they did best. She's the last of the vessels that sailed from your docks to bring the whale fish to your shore. But what of the creatures who still die in the deep she goes away no more. Many is the time that a lance pierced the head of a nursing and mothering cow. And many is the humpback who raced through the night just to play in the wake of her hull. Many is the cries they hoisted us on, cutting in to be rendered from home. That was our fat, that was the time that we fed in their paws in the cold, briny deep we call home. The last of the vessels that sailed from your docks to bring the whale fish to your shore. But what of the creatures who still lie in the deep when she goes a whaling no more? Well, a whale is a singer. He sings the sad songs that echoes through 5 endless seas. Are they songs from our elders from many hard years? Are they ballads no sailor can sing? Do they pass on the memories of your great circulant ships, or their tunes tell the horrible tales? We wait here in silence neath the wooden peeled hulls. Might we know to beware of the sail? She's the last of the vessels that sailed from your docks, bring the whale fish to your shore. But what of the creatures who still die in the deep when she goes a whaling no more? So if ever you wish to return to the sea, it's a gallant now touching God's hand. If saving these waters your purpose this time, from South Georgia to cold Newfoundland, there are 3 messages I offer you. First, man cannot own the sea. Second, we swim for the thousands before. Third, we owe nothing to thee. She's the last of the vessels that sail from your docks, bring the whale fish to your shore. But what of the creatures who still die in the deep? Goes a whaling.
You write good songs, sir.
Well,
Geoff, you're up, my friend.
Yes, indeed. Well, both of those songs are a wonderful testament to how Larry puts history into a song and can teach us in contemporary times of such things. But that one in particular makes me think of a song I wasn't planning to do, but I think I will. We did try to have an environmental workshop as a part of the Sea Music Festival every year. And one year we were able to bring Jim Payne from Newfoundland, and he brought with him the song I'm about to do. But I would also say that over the last 2 days, I've been able to watch parts of an event at Cornell, which was put together by Katie Payne, Roger Payne's wife, who has been doing a major project on listening to humpback whales. And a bunch of her people, particularly in Hawaii, have been tracing that history. And the one thing I was not aware of was that 2014 to 2016, I just wasn't conscious of the fact of a major heat sink over the North Pacific, which heated up the water to the point where whales were in fact starving. And in Hawaii, when those humpback whales that would feed there in the summertime, and in the cooler, actually in the summertime, but when the water was cool, they would come back and they could actually see shoulder bones and things. These whales were really devastated, and they've been tracing populations, and they plummeted over those 2 years, and they really haven't been coming back that much. So what we do in terms of what we have done with whaling and what we continue to do with fisheries worldwide is something that I really like to hope that more of us will bring to the fore. So this is his song about whaling, about a bunch of other things too. The fish that the whale eat, which is Kaplan and codfish and various other things. Where do the Kaplan go after leaving their bodies washed up on the beach from birdfish and net, trying to stay out of reach? If we could but learn what these silver schools teach about trying to survive in the ocean while we try to live on the shore. Where do the codfish go that once filled the depths of the bountiful sea, took with it livelihoods precious and free, vanished into the jaws of technology? How can they survive in the ocean when we take the last one ashore? Where do the whales go when the Kaplan and codfish are caught in the chase? What in the water will take their place? Or will all sea creatures have to give up the race of trying to survive in the ocean while we try to live on the shore? Where do the fishermen go when there's not enough fish left to feed families that our forefathers for 5 centuries now lay by the waters, a fond memory of when fish survived in the ocean and we used to live on the shore? So some of you might know that I spent some time on the Hudson River sloop Clearwater, and so one of my other inspirations, of course, has been not just Pete Seeger, but all the wonderful songwriters that came along there. Now, are we doing 2 and 2? Is that what we're doing here? Okay, so
Yes, until we have to do 1 and 1 at the end.
I will do this, which was going to be my next song, because I also got this while I was in England. This one from Alan Bell, who had just experienced the end of some of the long distance trawler fishing from his town of Fleetwood, England. And so he wrote a few songs about that, but this is Fair Stood the Wind, which I used as the title cut on my very first album. Now that the fishing is over, now that the boats are all gone, now that the quays are deserted, there's only the echoing song. For once we had herring aplenty, once we had caught by the score. just as in the fisherman's song. Fares to the wind for the old fishing ground, as we hoisted our sails once more outward bound, to hunt for the herring wherever they be. Take what we could from the bountiful sea, and home once again on the swift flowing tide, with the harbor lights a-burning along the port side. Ah, catch in the hold a day's labor through, a share for the skipper, the boat, and the crew. Farewell to the shoals of herring, farewell to the long busy day, farewell to the men who remember how to fish in the old-fashioned way. For nowadays men of all nations come gather to fish the seas dry, and they don't care about conservation as they stand by and watch the seas die. Fares to the wind for the old fishing ground, as we hoisted our sails once more outward bound, to hunt for the herring wherever they be. Take what we could from the bountiful sea, and home once again on the swift flowing tide, with the harbor lights a-burning along the port side. Ah, catch in the hold a day's labor through, a share for the skipper, the boat, and the crew. Farewell to the far distant waters, farewell to the nights and the storm, farewell to the nights in the Minches. We're ashore and we'll never return, for now that the fishing is over, now that the boats are all gone, now that the quays are deserted, there's only the echoing song. Fares to the wind for the old fishing ground, as we hoisted our sails once more outward bound, to hunt for the herring wherever they be. Take what we could from the bountiful sea, and home once again on the swift flowing tide, with the harbor lights a-burning along the port side. Ah, catch in the hold a day's labor through, a share for the skipper, the boat, and the crew.
Ladies and gentlemen, Geoff Kaufman, that was wonderful also.
Thank you.
And let's go to 1 and 1 in turn now, as we got about a little less than 15 minutes left. Larry Kaplan, bring us some music, sir. Got to unmute, Larry. Got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I was saying, Geoff, that was wonderful, beautifully done, and just a wonderful song. Thank you. I live in England. I've been living here for a year and a half, and of course, you realize quickly that the weather suggests that this is an island. It certainly is an island, and it gets some of the most incredible weather. You hear about English weather all the time, but from a mariner's standpoint, it's dangerous, it's brutal, and you have to know where you're going. And so, of all people, Fitzroy, the captain of the Beagle, Darwin's vessel, after he finished those trips to Galapagos Islands with Darwin, got busy developing navigation systems for the English waters. He developed marker systems, weather warnings, and he established the ministry, which is an organization entity in government now that gives forecasts, provides mariners forecasts. And that gave rise to something called the shipping forecast, which now appears on BBC Radio twice, 3 times a day. Most people listen to it really are led to the mellifluous sound of it, but no one knows at all what they're saying. So I thought what I'd do is put all the sectors that comprise the 28 sectors that Fitzjohn and others established to mark areas that one needs to be cognizant of the weather, because even small areas change. There are little microclimates out there, and it's and I've had occasion to stand by the shore and watch, there are intrepid mariners in this part of the world. So this is a song called The Shipping Forecast. I don't expect ever to learn it, too many words. I don't expect anyone to ever learn it with me, so we can call it a collector's item, I guess. Let's give it a try. It's called Shipping Forecast. Plymouth, Portland, Dover, Wide, Fastnet, Lundy, German Bide, Thames and Humber, Cromarty, Forth and Dogger, then Bailey, Southeast Iceland, next Fair Isle, Faroes, Viking, Seoul for miles, Biscay, Fisher, Fitzroy's Line, both the Utshires, then to Tyne, Trafalgar, Hebrides, call out, your sailing ships now come about, Mail and Rocco, 40 shout, please turn around and there go out. Shipping forecast tells you well, a fairest breeze or deadly swell, southern winds or Arctic cold, from waters deep to breaking shoals, Plymouth, Portland, Dover, Wide, Fastnet, Lundy, German Bide, these names were given to our seas, so mariners know where they be. You must learn the Beaufort scale to tell fresh breeze from the bloody gale, or what begins as a gentle breeze may soon bring boatmen to their knees. Thames and Humber, Cromarty, Forth and Dogger, then Bailey, these names were given to our seas, so mariners know where they be. Viking waves are cold and deep at 60 north and 4 knot east. Should you dare to lay down to sleep, you'll wake to swells near 70 feet. Southeast Iceland, next Fair Isle, Faroes, Seoul for miles, these names were given to our seas, so mariners know where they be. If veering winds bring gentle breeze, they'll back again, stir the sea. Too far from land, you'd best dare not, cyclonic gales are 80 knots. Biscay, Fisher, Fitzroy's Line, both the Utshires, then to Tyne, these names were given to our seas, so mariners know where they be. Well, I've never seen the Devil's Hole, there east of Dundee, far below. Deep trenches hide the seabed floor, where vessels fall and then no more. Island Rocco, 40 shout, Trafalgar, Hebrides, then out. These names were given to our seas, so mariners know where they be. So the forecast tells us well of goodly breeze or deadly swells. And if this all sounds strange to thee, why, sailors know why it must be. Plymouth, Portland, Dover wide, Fastnet, Lundy, German Bight, Thames and Humber, Cromarty, Forth and Dogger, then Bailey, Southeast Iceland, next Fair Isle, Faroes, Viking, sold for miles, Biscay, Fisher, Fitzroy's Line, both the Utshires, then to time, Malin, Rockall, 40 shout, please turn around and near go out. Thanks.
I just love songs like that. Geoff, I think you're going to close out this session for us, this segment, with
Really?
one last song. We'll be seeing Larry tonight at the featured concert in the evening on Zoom, on this Zoom's channel, and we'll be talking more about that coming up. But Geoff Kaufman, go for it, sir.
All right. Well, somehow appropriate to that last song is a song by Bob Zentz called Horizons. And Bob Zentz is a good friend of Larry's and mine and many of ours, and just carries more instruments around with him than I could ever conceive. But wonderful songwriter. And this one in particular came out of his being a coastie for some years. And he, out of that experience wrote a number of things. But this one in particular, about horizons. And so it lets us kind of think about not only when we're at sea looking at horizons, but anywhere when we're looking looking off to the crest of whatever it might be, and what is over that horizon, and is that where we want to be, and how much we as humans yearn to see over the horizon. So this is Bob Zentz's Horizons. Here upon this beach I stand, head in the clouds, feet in the sand. Between the ocean and the land I search the far horizons. Very edge of all we see, the border of reality, limits of our vision, we would cross the far horizon. We watch the ships that come and go, the tides that run, winds that blow. Wonder if we'll ever know what's o'er the far horizon. Within this circle we're confined, we round the horn, we cross the line, and wonder why we are resigned between these far horizons. I love this next line in case you've ever been at sea when you've been able to watch the sunset. If in the moment before night, just as the sun drops out of sight, you see a flash of emerald light upon the far horizon. It's so true, or so the legends say, deceit and falsehood swept away. Into your heart you'll peer that day and read the thoughts of others. Horizons of a different kind, horizons of the heart and mind. The limits of both space and time are naught but far horizons. And if indeed we dreamers be, it is those dreams that set us free, Give us light that we may see beyond the far horizon. Here upon this beach I stand, head in the clouds, feet in the sand. Between the ocean and the land, I search the far horizon.
We can unmute for a final round of applause for both these wonderful artists, for both Geoff and Larry. That was wonderful. Thank you so, so much. You know, people say I use the word wonderful too often, but not when it applies to you two guys. That was just terrific. Thank you very much.
I want to thank Larry for sharing with me an hour of his music. You know, I listened to his other set too, but it's so wonderful to see him and to share music with him again. So,
Well, likewise, Geoff. Likewise. Thank you.
We're about 10 minutes away from an open sing, and curated by my friend Linz Moran, who will be lining people up for that. And that's going to be a delightful adventure. Always love those things. And we have virtual maritime sing starting in about 10 minutes. And Lynn will stay on as our social host. Leanne will be our new Zoom tech host. Thank you very much, Bill, for your efforts. And it's going to be an exciting time. Lynn Noel is the social host. Linz Moran will be managing the queue, and those directions will be forthcoming. I'd like to, Lynn, how you doing, by the way? Lynn,
Great.
Lynn, yep, things are going well. Thank you. Lynn has been posting regularly on the chat links to the websites for both Larry Kaplan and Geoff Kaufman's music. And so you can always go to those websites and find out more about them. Lynn has also been posting the donation link so that those of you who are able to support, feel like you can support in any amount, the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival, can go to that link and make a donation. Lynn is sort of the electronic bucket that's going around, and rather than stand in the middle of someplace, you know, like the Athenaeum or the Book and Bar, and say, Lynn, on that table over there, can you pick up that bucket and carry it around the room? She is there for you and for us as we move on to support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. This is the 21st Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. We all thought the 20th was going to be the end 2 years ago, but our board, including our president, Chris Madden, decided he wanted to keep it going. And despite the ravages of the COVID pandemic, we have made it happen virtually this year, and next year, live in Portsmouth is the goal for that festival. My name is Nick Noble. I'm the host on this stage all day long. And I'm getting all sorts of texts because other people love it or not. You know, Mary Pat likes it so far. Thank you, Mary Pat. And I got a text from Linz. So we're getting set up for that.
Nick,
I would love to.
Is that next?
Geoff, dive in. Go ahead.
Next session is in a different venue, right?
The open sing is on this venue.
Oh, okay. It got changed from the old schedule I saw. Good.
All right. Well, the schedule I have has it on this venue.
Okay.
And we'll be starting that in about 6 minutes. And then there'll be a break at 4:30 for an hour and a half or so, 2 hours. And at 7 o'clock, we'll have the evening concert. And the evening concert is going to be an absolute blast. Larry Kaplan, again, will be a featured performer at the evening concert. Also, Ron and Natalie Days and AJ Wright, one of my favorite people in the world. And we'll have the two winners. It was a tie this year of this year's Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival songwriting competition. That's Don Bryan from Australia and John O'Gray, local New Englander from the Porterman. Each their songs tied. And also Stuart Marcus, who won last year, will be performing as well. Not quite sure. They won't be performing all at once. I think I'll let Don way down and under decide when he wants to go. And Stuart, I know, can only come on late, so we'll probably have the winners perform between sets of our performers, or maybe one of them, Don, to kick it off. I'm babbling on. Is there any member of the board around Persis or someone who'd like to say something as we're waiting to get this thing going? I know Persis is here with us. So Leanne has taken over as tech. That's good. Persis, my friend.
I want to thank everybody for being here. And oh my goodness, this music has been amazing. Both Larry and Geoff sent shivers down my back. I am looking forward to the open sing. My job during this festival is doing back-end tech stuff, making sure that everybody's on, everybody's where they need to be, finding performers if they're not on. And boy, you guys are great. And I hope everybody's having as good a time as I am, because wow, this music is just great. Back to you, Nick.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm not muted. Now I'm good. I'm glad I'm not muted. I'm going back and forth between this and the donation page to keep track of what's going on there. And there's been a lot of great support for the festival. So again, please go and check the chat, and the chat will show you how to the chat will show you how to donate to the festival. And Lynn is posting those up. There's a question from Mary Pat. According to Chris Madden, the outdoor stage for the Gratitude Festival has been canceled because of the weather. And therefore, Mary Pat, to answer your question, that's not going to happen. COVID, the weather, technical difficulties, as Persis pointed out. It's an adventure. It's like a voyage around the Horn to put this festival together, but it's working indeed. We got just a couple of minutes before we start the open sing, and Linz will be texting me with the names of the first few singers, and we'll get that rolling shortly. Are there anybody want to say anything? So, I mean, we are still live on Facebook, so, let's keep it, relatively clean. But does anybody have anything they want to say, or say hi to someone, or chat, or share their thoughts on
Nick?
The festival? I hear a voice. Whose is that?
It's Kate Clifford.
Kate, how are you?
Hi. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Happy
You have a
Portsmouth.
map behind you, Kate.
I do. It's a map of Middle Earth. I am proud of being a nerd. I just want to point out to everybody, in case you don't know, we do also have what we are affectionately calling the chat Zoom open today, which is where I am on my laptop, though I'm listening to this loveliness on my phone. The chat will be open during the break between the open sing and the concert. So when the open sing is done at 4:30, actually technically starting at 4 until about 6. If you would like to, if you see some festival friends and you want to hang out and spend a little time just talking to each other without music happening in your ears at the same time, if you'd like to spend a little time, you can come to the chat Zoom and hang out. We have breakout rooms, or you can hang out in the main room, but I will be there from 4 to 6.
Kate, I think Geoff is going to take over from 6 to 7.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be open till right before the concert starts.
Yes.
This is so exciting. I'm having a wonderful time. I mean, I'm here on the 4th floor of an apartment building in Worcester, Massachusetts, and I still feel like I'm at sea. Thanks to all, and I meant that in a positive way. Thanks to all the music that we've been sharing. I'm just trying to see what we got going here. A lot of folks are coming in for this one. Very nice. And we're going to get some great music. Linz is going to text me the first few names from what I understand. Post singer in the chat should make it work if you want to perform, but we aren't opening quite yet. And so we're just hanging here. Larry's in London just picking away at his guitar. And the neighbors haven't complained yet, Larry?
Not yet, but you never know. And
What time is it there?
it's 7 o'clock, just 6:45, almost 7. Yeah, but time's irrelevant for this festival.
Well, you're in London. Just put the kettle on and open the door, and they'll come in for the music. It'll be fine.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, there are strict rules in this building, but I think they'll break them for this festival.
What are rules? What?
What are rules? Hi, Linz.
Hey, Nick.
So, Linz, you gonna text me the first few names? Have you got names yet?
I mean, I don't have them, and yes, I'm totally.
All right. Well, if you want to perform, post singer in the chat.
Yes.
And we've already got one right there. So post singer in the chat and.
Right, but okay. So sorry, I just popped
this is
in.
Linz is running the list. So go ahead.
Hi, y'all. Yeah, you can put it in the chat directly, or you can PM me in the chat, and we'll try to make sure everybody gets a spot in the queue. So
this is good. So let's give Linz a couple of minutes to get the queue going. I've seen.
This is how it goes, right?
I've seen 2 people post singer already. I know a couple of others have come forward. So I'll let Linz put that together. Meanwhile, I'm reminding you, and we've had some great response on this, but I'm reminding you that this festival is for you, but it can't happen without you. And if you go to the chat, you'll find also the link to, thank you, Lynn, the link to donate to support the festival, because we want to not only make this festival happen successfully, but have enough in the kitty that we can get next year's festival live in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And I know I'm looking forward to that. I know all of you are. The nicest thing about, the toughest thing about this is we can't sing along so we can hear each other. But of course we can sing along so we can hear ourselves. And as long as our neighbors, Larry, or our families, honey, don't mind, it should work out. So let's, we're about a minute away from officially opening the Open Sing. And the waiting room is getting admitted by folks. And I just got a text from the amazing Linz Moran, right? And either that or it's a text from my neighbor. Okay. So it looks like the text right now, it looks like, and did you see Geoff's name in the text too, I think? Oh, got it. So let's say, Linz, did you see Geoff's name as well on the list? He was a little earlier. So our lineup is going to be. I
can't see anything that happened before I arrived. So if people wanted on that list before I got here,
there's only one name before you, and that's Geoff. Put him before me. Okay. So the lineup right now is Jim, Lynn, Linz, Geoff, and moi. And the list will continue as this goes. Again, please post singer in the chat. Can you mute the host? Anyhow, we're about to start this right away. My name is Nick Noble. I'm the treasurer of the board of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. I'm also the host of the Folk Revival on Worcester Public Radio. And I am here to MC this open sing. And if you want to sing at this sing, you put singer in the chat, and Linz will put you in the queue. And right now the queue is Jim Lucas, then Lynn Knoll, then Linz Moran, then Geoff, and then Nick Noble, and then more names will be added as Linz proceeds. Please remember to unmute yourself when you perform and everybody else mute. And let's have an absolutely good time with this. And every now and then I'll interrupt to remind you that there is, in the chat, you'll find a donation every second or third song. Then we'll pop it in again, a link to donates. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, Jim Lucas, are you up and running there? I see you're at your computer there. Jim Lucas, you are our first singer at the 21st Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival's Open Sing. Jim Lucas, unmute yourself, and there we go. Take it away, Jim.
Okay, I'm having trouble with my screen.
Well, you look fine.
That looks better. Okay, this is actually, could you put me a little later in the queue?
Okay.
Just a couple later, because what I wanted to do, I have just copied off the words, and I want to remind myself of the variant tune.
All right, Lynn Knoll, you're next then. Lynn Knoll, you ready?
All right, throw out the first pitch. Here we go. From Boston Harbor we set sail. The wind was blowing the devil of a gale. With a ringtail set all abaft the mizzen peak, and our dolphin striker plowing up the deep with a big bow wow, tow row row, fall-de-roll-de right all day. Now Captain comes up from down below. He looks aloft and he looks alow. He looks alow and he looks aloft, saying, "Clew up your mainsail fore and aft with a big bow wow, tow row row, fall-de-roll-de right all day." We poor sailors working on the deck with a blasted rain coming down our necks. Not a drop of grog willing to us afford, but he damns our eyes with every other word with a big bow wow, tow row row, fall-de-roll-de right all day. Now the poor old beggar is dead and gone, and damn his eyes, he's left us, son. And if to us he don't prove frank, we'll very soon make him walk the plank with a big bow wow, tow row row, fall-de-roll-de right all day. There's just one thing we sailors crave, for him to meet with a watery grave. We'll throw him down into some dark hole, where the sharks will have his body and the devil take his soul, with a big bow wow, tow row row, fall-de-roll-de right all day, with a big bow wow and a tow row row, fall-de-roll-de right all day. And let me remind you all that applications for the New England Folk Festival are open. There are always great shanty sings at the festival, and if you'd like to join, I will put the it's apply.nefa.org.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you so much for that. We have a new lineup. Lynn's, Geoff, Jim Lucas. I'll slip you right in after Geoff. Me, Alexis Wolf, and more coming up. Lynn's Moran, one of my favorite people in the world.
Oh, thanks, Nick. I'm so glad to be here and be part of this festival. We're making the best of it. All right. Away, haul away, let's haul and heave together. Away, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Away, haul away, we'll haul for better weather. Away, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. King Louis was the king of France before the revolution. Ray, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. But then he got his head cut off, which spoiled his constitution. Way, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Away, haul away, let's haul and heave together. Away, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. St. Patrick drove away the snakes and drank up all the whiskey. Way, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. This made him dance and sing a jig. He felt so fine and frisky. Way, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Way, haul away, let's haul and heave together. Away, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Away, haul away, we'll haul for better weather. Away, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Once I was in Ireland, a-digging turf and taters. Way, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. But now I'm on a limey ship, a-hauling on the braces. Way, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Way, haul away, let's haul and heave together. Way, haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Away, haul away, we'll haul for better weather. way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. The cook is in the galley, making duff so handy, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. The captain's in his cabin, drinking wine and brandy, away haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Away haul away, let's haul and heave together, away haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Oh, once in my life I married a wife, and she was strong and able, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Honey, we would eat the very best upon our supper table, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Oh, way haul away, let's haul and heave together, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. So listen while I sing to you about my darling Nancy, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. She's copper bottom, clipper built, she's just my style and fancy, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Oh, way haul away, let's haul and heave together, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Oh, way haul away, we'll haul for better weather, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Well, our friend Bennett teaches us working songs and shanties, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. And in his class he gave us tasks with which to up the ante, away haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Away haul away, let's haul and heave together, away haul away, we'll haul away, Joe. Away haul away, we'll haul for better weather, way haul away, we'll haul away, Joe.
Linz Moran, thank you very much.
Thank
you. Linz is going to get back to putting that list together. And we have Geoff, then Jim Lucas, then me, then Alexis Wolf, and we've got others that have already chimed in, and Lynn will get them. Linz will get them down. Geoff.
You talking about me, Geoff, or
looks
Geoff
like
Kaufman?
you, Geoff. You put singer in.
Yeah, great, good. Lift him up and carry him along. Fire Maringo, fire him away. Lay him in the hole where he belong. Fire Maringo, fire him away. Lay him down in the hole below. Fire Maringo, fire him away. Lay him down and let him low. Fire Maringo, fire him away. Lay him down in the hole below. Fire Maringo, fire him away. One more turn and we're away. Fire Maringo, fire him away. When I get to Liverpool town, fire Maringo, fire him away. I'll pass a line to little Sally Brown. Fire Maringo, fire him away. Little Sally Brown's a handy little craft. Fire Maringo, fire him away. Sharp up forward and rounded in the aft. Fire Maringo, fire him away. Let's get back to Liverpool town. Fire Maringo, fire him away. I turn that verse around. Fire Maringo, fire him away. So fire Maringo, fire him away. Fire Maringo, fire him away. Fire Maringo, fire him away. Fire Maringo, fire him away.
That was the amazing Geoff Kaufman. Thank you so, so much. Jim Lucas, you ready now, my friend? Unmute. You gotta unmute.
Hope so.
There you go.
I hope I'm ready. Okay, jag har den inte utan till. This is a Swedish shanty, or rather a Swedish version of Ranzo. And since, as I just said in Swedish, I don't have it memorized, let me see if I can do this. I will say that the story ends a bit differently. It has Ranzo falling from the rigging and being eaten by a black cat. Now, that could be a stereotypical reference, but I'll assume it's the ship's cat. Hans namn förhuben Ranzo, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, Ranzo var ingen sjöman, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, han känt som skräddarlärling, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, av juling fick han käring, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, Ranzo fick the notion, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, in dog to cross the ocean, Ranzo boys, Ranzo. Så från en barnsfri tailor, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, han shipped on board a whaler, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, en shilling blev hans hyra, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, men åt han gör förföra, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, han slog från trävren käring, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, en sur och saltad herring, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, så ramlade ner från riggen, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, så skorna tappade pligen, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, på hundvakten om natten, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, han åts av svarta katten, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, och när äggbrassar stramar, Ranzo boys, Ranzo, av alla krafter jammar, Ranzo boys, Ranzo.
Jim, that was great. You didn't have to tell us the ending had changed because none of us would have understood it.
Well, that's why I had to tell you that it's not quite the same. Oh, and as you may have noticed, it's a bit of what in Sweden they call macaroni, which is mostly Swedish with a few English phrases stuck in.
Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you very much. We're going to continue now with the lineup. I'm going to sing one, then Alexis Wolf, then Persis, Chris Madden, Jamie, Marie-France, Storm, and Benoit. In that order, I'll repeat it again. After me, Alexis Wolf, Persis, Chris Madden, Jamie, Marie-France, Storm, and Benoit. Those are the ones coming up. And thank you, Linz, for keeping me in line. I'm going to please remember to mute yourselves unless you're performing. Also remember to donate to the festival. The donation link will be in the chat. A lot of people have so far. This is going really well today. I'm going to break the tradition. This is not a shanty. It's not really a folksal ballad, although it's a new song. I got to sing this just recently on the radio with the co-writer, Beth DeSombre, who wrote this song with me. A little bit of a preface to it. As many of you know, several times a year, I take the ferry from New London to Long Island and spend time on Long Island in my grandmother's old house there. And one of the ferries that departs from New London had its early days as an LST, a troop transport, a tank transport at Normandy in D-Day in June of 1944. And there's a plaque up there, and there's photos on the passenger deck, historical photos. Inspired by that, a couple of years ago, I wrote a short story. Because it's fiction, I changed the name of the ferry. I changed the number of the LST, but it's about a woman who works on a ferry. She used to be in military service herself, and a 90-something-year-old man comes on board her ferry in New London to go to Long Island, and she realizes that he was one of the young sailors on the crew of that same LST when it hit the beach at Normandy on June 6, 1944. And I sent that short story to my friend Beth DeSombre, and she and I wrote a song. The verses she wrote based on my story, the chorus I wrote, and the music is all hers. And I'm going to try to make it work. I'm going to shut up now and sing. It's called He Was There. It was just another crossing sailing on the old Cape Mary. We'd take the summer tourists from New London across the Sound. But this grand old ship had seen so much before she was a ferry, taking troops and tanks to Normandy to gain back Allied ground. She was there when the tracers lit the sky. She was there, saw so many brave men die. That dawn in June of 44, when each man said a prayer, the Hawk came up on Utah Beach. She was there. But on this morning's ferry, an old man came up behind me. He pointed to a black and blue with stars formed in a crown. And he said, the Hawk was what we sailors call this LST on that morning when we landed and my best friend was cut down. I was there when the tracers lit the sky. I was there, saw so many brave men die. That dawn in June of 44, when each man said a prayer, the Hawk came up on Utah Beach. I was there. He said that he could tell that I had also served my country. There's something in the eyes of those who've made it through a war. And he knew I'd understand why he'd come here for one last journey. I saluted as he disembarked and slowly went ashore. He was there when the tracers lit the sky. He was there, saw so many brave men die. That dawn in June of 44, when each man said a prayer, the Hawk came up on Utah Beach. He was there, he was there, he was there. That's it. I'll shut up now and turn thank you, turn the microphone over to Alexis Wolf. Alexis, take your mute off and go for it.
Thank you. That was great. Hello from Chicago, everyone. I am also singing something a little bit less traditional. So there's a pretty well-known bluegrass song called Way Up on Clinch Mountain or Rye Whiskey that I've seen maritime groups, like musical groups, adapting recently. And so drawing from both versions of that song, I cobbled together my own. The bluegrass one has a different tune, which you'll be able to tell. So, I'll eat when I'm hungry, I'll drink when I'm dry. If the hard times don't kill me, I'll lay down and die. Rye whiskey, rye whiskey, rye whiskey, I cry. If I don't get rye whiskey, I surely will die. I'll tune up my fiddle and I'll rosin up my bow. I'll make myself welcome wherever I go. Beef steak when I'm hungry and liquor when I'm dry. Silver when I'm hard up and religion when I die. They say I drink whiskey, my money's my own. All them that don't like me can leave me alone. Rye whiskey, rye whiskey, rye whiskey, I cry. If a tree don't fall on me, I'll live till I die. Jack of Diamonds, Jack Daniels, I know you of old. You've robbed my poor pockets of silver and gold. It's whiskey, you villain, you've been my downfall. You've kicked me, you've cuffed me, but I love you for all. I'll eat when I'm hungry, I'll drink when I'm dry. If the hard times don't kill me, I'll lay down and die. It's whiskey, rye whiskey, rye whiskey, I cry. If I don't get rye whiskey, I think I will die. If the ocean was whiskey and I was a duck, I'd dive to the bottom and never come up. But the ocean ain't whiskey and I ain't a duck, So we'll make it to port and then we'll get drunk. Sometimes I drink whiskey, sometimes I drink rum. Sometimes I drink brandy and other times none. Rye whiskey, I cry. If whiskey don't kill me, I'll live till I die. I'll drink my own whiskey, I'll drink my own wine. Some 10,000 bottles I've killed in my time. I've no husband to quarrel, no babies to bawl. The best way of living's with no man at all. I'll buy my own whiskey, I'll make my own stew. And if I get drunk, well, it's nothing to you. It's whiskey, I cry. If I don't get rye whiskey, I think I will die. Way up on Clinch Mountain, I wander alone. I'm drunk as the devil, oh, leave me alone. You may boast of your knowledge and brag of your sense. 'Twill all be forgotten 100 years hence. Sweet milk when I'm hungry, rye whiskey when I'm dry. If the hard times don't kill me, I'll live till I die. Rye whiskey, I cry. If I don't get rye whiskey, I think I will die. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Alexis. That was great. The lineup, Persis is next, then Chris Madden, Jamie, Marie France, Storm, Benoit, Marge, Gail Finn, and Patty Hymanson. I think that's a lineup right now, and there'll be more, I'm sure, as Linz will throw stuff at me. But that's a lineup for now. That was absolutely fantastic, Alexis. Thank you so, so much. All right, Persis.
Great. Yes, Alexis, that was fabulous. I'm going to sing, I don't know where this one fits in, but I first heard it at PMFF, sung by Ben and Armand a number of years ago. It's The Cannery Shed by Mary Garvey. And I'm not going to sing it quite as fast as they do because my tongue gets tied. I've worked all my life in the cannery shed, and if I die or you think I'm dead, don't bury my bones, just put them instead in a can in the cannery shed. The cannery shed perches up on the river where the winter winds blow and we freeze and we shiver. When the boss comes around, I might have to give her some my opinion of the cannery shed. I've worked all my life in the cannery shed, and if I die or you think I'm dead, don't bury my bones, just put them instead in the can in the cannery shed. We chop off the heads and we chop off the tails, scoop out the guts and throw 'em in the pails. We won't get a rest till the next schooner sails from the dock at the cannery shed. I've worked all my life in the cannery shed, and if I die or you think I'm dead, don't bury my bones, just put them instead in a can in the cannery shed. There's no time to talk and no time to linger. Better move sharp or you might lose a finger. It'll turn your stomach if you knew everything that's been canned in the cannery shed. I've worked all my life in the cannery shed, and if I die or you think I'm dead, don't bury my bones, just put them instead in a can in the cannery shed. Now LeFay went away and he wrote me a letter. I tucked it up high in the sleeve of my sweater, but it slipped and it fell and it ended in the shredder, got canned in the cannery shed. I've worked all my life in the cannery shed, and if I die or you think I'm dead, don't bury my bones, just put them instead in a can in the cannery shed. Now the cannery boy is a very happy fella if it gets him a girl from the town of Stella. I would if I could, but I'm not going to tell you what goes on behind the cannery shed. I've worked all my life in the cannery shed, and if I die or you think I'm dead, don't bury my bones, just put them instead in a can in the cannery shed. Thank you.
Persis Thorndike, thank you so, so much. Chris Madden is next. Chris, you can tell them about what they need to give to donate. That would be wonderful. We've had some great
give us all your
results so
money.
far.
Wait, no, that's not right. I mean, if you want to, that's great. But thank you, everyone. I do want to say a quick word just to thank everyone. This is the first festival, the first proper festival that we've had since 2 years ago. Last year we did our Anchored Apart event, which was great, but much smaller. And we haven't tried doing a full festival lineup online before because we hadn't needed to. And it's great to see so many people here and so many wonderful performers And I'm really pleased with how this is coming together. So thank you all. But we do run on donations. Nearly all that money goes to our performers. There's a link in the chat somewhere. I'm being vain and not wearing my reading glasses.
Just popped up. There's right there again. Thanks, Lynn.
If you haven't, I know many of you have already given in the last couple of months, and thank you for that. If you haven't, if you feel like tossing a couple bucks our way, that'd be awesome. We do have, for people who give $50 or more, we have a few thank you gifts left over from our fundraiser. We've got these great little models of the USS Constitution. We've got some gift cards to various businesses. So drop us a line. I was thinking of doing a whiskey shanty after Alexis there, but I think I'm going to go with my original plan. This is a windlass shanty it was one of those songs that I didn't really know, but then when I was working at Mystic Seaport Museum, put this to use at the windlass raising the anchor on the LA Dunton. It's a great working song, and it's also good for the little bit of jokes in there. A long, long time and a very long time to me way. A long, long time and a very long time, a long time ago. There were 3 ships in Frisco Bay to me way. There were 3 ships in Frisco Bay a long time ago, and one of those ships was Noah's old ark to me way, all covered all over in hickory bark a long time ago. He loaded the animals 2 by 2 to me way. The elephant and the kangaroo a long time ago. He loaded the animals 3 by 3 to me way. The cat, the dog, the rat, and the flea a long time ago. Loaded the animals 4 by 4 to me way. The elephants got stuck in the door a long time ago. The bull and the cow, they started to row to me way. Up stepped old Noah saying, "Way, hold up now," a long time ago. Up stepped old Noah with a crack of his whip to me way, saying, "Stop this row or I'll scuttle the ship," a long time ago. The little brown dog, he started to bark to me way. The bull stuck his horn through the side of the ark a long time ago. Well, Noah grabbed the dog, stuck his nose in the hole to me way. Since then, dogs' noses are all wet and cold a long time ago. It's a long, long time and a very long time to me way. A long, long time since I started this rhyme a long time ago.
Brilliantly done, Chris. Thank you so much. Now we've had a cat lyric and a dog lyric. This works out nicely.
Thank you.
All right, this is the lineup. Jamie Bishop, Marie France, Storm, Benoit, Marge, Gail Finn, Patty, and Geoff Keller. So that's the lineup, and we'll start with Jamie Bishop.
Hello. So this song, it started out as a lament in a diary or a logbook from someone who was on a whaling ship, and it was collected by Gail Huntington. And unfortunately, I can't remember the guy who wrote the the melody, but it's called Wings of a Goni. And Wings of a Goni is an albatross. And it really captures the soul of someone who is stuck on a whaling ship, who didn't expect to be there. For 4 years, they spent their lives on a whaling voyage in the mid-1800s, and whale oil fueled the world as coal oil does today. So here it is. It's called Wings of a Goni. Oh, if I had the wings of a goni, me boys, I'd spread 'em and fly home. I would leave old Greenland's icy shore. For the right whale here, there's none. The weather is rough and the winds do blow. There's little comfort here. And I'd sooner be snug in a Deptford pub, drinking a strong beer. Oh, the work may seem grand to a young green hand, and his spirits are high when he goes. In a very short burst, he'd as soon as hear a curse as the cry of "there she blows." I lost it. Oh, sorry. Oh, the work,
High overhead.
And high overhead.
High overhead, thank you. The great Duke spread, and the mate gives the whale the iron, and soon the blood all in a purple flood from his spout all comes a flying. These trials we bear for 9 points toward home. We're supposed for toil to get a bonus on the oil and an equal share of the bone. We go to the agent to settle for our trip, and it's there we have cause to repent. For we've slaved away 4 years of our lives, and we've earned about £3.10. Oh, if I had the wings of a goni, me boys, I'd spread 'em and fly home. I would leave old Greenland's icy shore. For the right whale here, there's none. The weather is rough and the winds do blow. There's little comfort here, and I'd sooner be snug in a Deptford pub, drinking a strong beer. Cheers.
Bravo.
And as Alexis pointed out, that's why we're a family, a community. We share lyrics and support each other. Great song, Jamie. We have, first of all, I want to remind folks again to check out the donation link. And Lynn posts that every few songs, and done well so far today, but we can't do this without you. So we really appreciate it. Right now, Marie France is up. Storm is on deck. Benoit is third in line, followed by Marge, Gail Flynn, Patty H, and Jeff K. And if you want to sing, put singer in the chat, and Lynn's will get you in the lineup. Marie France.
Okay, thank you, Nick, and hello, everybody, and thanks for a lovely festival. I'm originally from Belgium, now lives in the UK, and this is a French song, but from Dunkirk, which is just the other side of the border from Belgium. It's called Alialo pour Machereau. It probably started its life in Flemish, but it's all in French for a long time. And it's basically a complaint against the boss who takes the best. I've put some information that's coming in the chat now and the chorus lines as well. Allez, allô pour Machereau. Allez, allez, allô. Il mange la viande, il ne laisse les os. Ali, 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 allo. Ali, ali, allo. Ali, allo pour ma chèvre. Ali, ali, allo. Mange le poisson, nous laisse la peau. Ali, 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 allo. Ali, allo. Ali, allo pour ma chèvre. Ali, ali, allo. Nous, il boit du vin, il nous donne de l'eau. Ali, 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 allo. Ali, ali, allo. Ali, allo pour ma chèvre. Ali, ali, allo. Il fume les cigares, il nous laisse les mégots. Ali, 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 allo. Ali, ali, allo. Ali, allo pour ma chèvre. Ali, ali, allo. À lui la veste, à nous le sarrau. Ali, 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 allo. Ali, ali, allo. Ali, allo pour ma chèvre. Ali, ali, allo. On est dans le froid, mais l'huile est au chaud. Ali, 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 allo. Ali, ali, allo. Ali, allo pour ma chèvre. Ali, ali, allo. On a les petits sous l'huile, a les gros. Ali, 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 allo. Ali, ali, allo. Ali, allo pour ma chèvre. Ali, ali, allo. Moi je suis laid, mais l'huile n'est pas beau. Ali, 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 allo. Ali, ali, allo. Ali, allo pour ma chèvre. Ali, ali, allo. Qui est le malin et qui est le sot? Ali, 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 allo. Ali, ali, allo. Ali, allo pour ma chèvre. Ali, ali, allo. C'est toujours les petits qui payent pour les gros. Ali, 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 allo. Ali, ali, allo.
Très bien. That was wonderful too. Thank you so much.
Magnifique
Très bien.
voyage à
Ali,
Dunkerque.
that'll be in my head now, you know. Ali, allo, privacho, ali, ali. It's, I'll wake up in the middle of the night singing that. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
If you want to, by the way, you can also sing it in Flemish. Ali, allo, vormashero.
Vormasha. Storm is next. I want to remind folks again, if you want to sing, while we have a nice lineup, there's plenty of time. If you want to sing, put singer right in the chat. And that will be a key for Lynn's to send me the lineup. Singer in the chat, please. Storm is next, followed by Benoit, Marge, Gail, Patty, and Geoff Keller. Storm?
Hi there. I'm coming to you from Greenfield, Massachusetts. And as I am wont to do, I'm going to share with you a little bit of Saltwater Ballads by James Masefield, and then sing you a song that's a sea-related song, but not a shanty. Okay. We're bound for blue water where the great winds blow. It's time to get the tacks aboard, time for us to go. The crowd's at the capstan and the tune and the shout. A long pull, a strong pull, and warp the hooker out. The bow wash is eddying, spreading foam the bows. Aloft and loose the topsails, and someone give a rouse. A salt Atlantic shanty shall be music to the dead. A long pull, a strong pull, and the yard to the masthead. Oh, I bid farewell to the port and the land, and I paddle away from brave England's white sands, to search for my long ago forgotten friends, to search for the place I hear all sailors end. As the souls of the dead fill the space of my mind, I'll search without sleeping till peace I can find. I fear not the weather, I fear not the sea. I remember the fallen. Do they think of me when their bones in the ocean forever will be? Plot a course to the night, to a place I once knew, to a place where my hope died along with my crew. So I swallow my grief and face life's final tests, to find promise of peace and the solace of rest. As the songs of the dead fill the space of my ears, their laughter like children, their beckoning cheers, my heart longs to join them, sing songs of the sea. I remember the fallen. Do they think of me when their bones in the ocean forever will be? When at last before my ghostly shipmates I stand, I shed a small tear for my home upon land. Though their eyes speak of depths filled with struggle and strife, their smiles below say I don't owe them my life. As the souls of the dead fill the space of my eyes, and my boat lists over and seeks to capsize, I'm far from drowning, this far from the sea. I remember the living. Do they think of me when my bones in the ocean forever will be? Now that I'm staring down at the darkest abyss, I'm not sure what I seek, but I don't think it's this. As my comrades call to stand fast and forge on, I make sail for the dawn till the darkness has gone. As the souls of the dead live forever in my mind, as I live all the years that they left me behind, I stay on the shore, but still gaze at the sea. I remember the fallen, and they think of me, for our souls in the ocean together will be. I remember the fallen, and they think of me, for our souls in the ocean together will be.
Thank you, Storm. Thank you very much for that. Very powerful. Storm, you're in Greenfield, New Hampshire, is that right?
Greenfield, Mass.
Oh, Greenfield, Mass. No, that's not far from us either. All right, coming, Benoit is up. Then Marge, Gail, Patty, and Geoff Keller. Again, a lot of great voices I see in the lineup. You want to sing a song, just post singer in the chat, and Lynn's will get it lined up. Right now, what we have left are 5 names. Benoit, Marge, Gail, Patty, and Geoff Keller. And put singer in that chat. I know several of you out there with wonderful singing opportunities. We'd love to hear from you. Again, thank you, Storm. Marge, Benoit, you're up.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for welcoming. The sailors have spent so many months at sea through the Atlantic Ocean, so they are very happy to land home in the harbor of Nantes. Naviguant dans le port de Nantes, oh là là là, j'ai rencontré la plus charmante, pique la baleine, jolie baleinier, pique la baleine, allons nous coucher. Chez l'hôtesse, elle était servante, oh là là. J'ai mis le cap dessus sa chambre, pique la baleine, joli baleinier, pique la baleine, allons nous coucher. Elle demande qu'est-ce que tu veux prendre? Oh là là, du vin, du rack ou bien de la viande, pique la baleine, joli baleinier, pique la baleine, allons-nous coucher. Répondit de tout, je demande, oh là, j'ai la dent creuse et la goule grande, pique la baleine, joli baleinier, pique la baleine, allons-nous coucher. Toutes les nuits, ça est temps que ça vente, oh là, mais au petit jour, je donnais de la bande, pique la baleine, joli baleinier, pique la baleine, allons-nous coucher. Mais un jour, pour mieux la reprendre, oh là, un jour, je reviendrai à Nantes, pique la baleine, joli baleinier, pique la baleine, allons-nous coucher. Everybody, pique la baleine, joli baleinier, pique la baleine, allons-nous coucher. Thanks a lot, friends from
Très bien.
Portsmouth.
Merci, très bien.
Très bien.
Merci, Benoit. Again, I'm reminding folks to look in the chat and see about donating to the festival. There's a link there, and
I will.
we've had a bunch of donations so far. And then also, again, if you want to sing, post singer in the chat, and Linz will get you lined up. Marge, then Gail, then Patty, then Geoff. Marge, how are you?
Yes, hello. Well, this is not a traditional song. It was written by a Prince Edward Island songwriter. I don't have all the info. I think his last name was Mullally, and I tried Googling and I couldn't actually find it. I learned this from the singing of Melanie Ross Breen, who's from Miramichi, now living in Nova Scotia. Anyway, it's called The Fisherman's Wife, and I've sung this at a few sessions recently. I'm an old woman now. I remember Queen Victoria. At her word nations took to war and boats took to the sea. But I'm one of few, and my story's but a simple one. I fear it is too modest for these 1970s. I was a fisherman's child, and when I still was very young, I wed a man whose fishing boat's oars were shining in the sun. And I cursed the sea, and I raged against the angry tide, to bring my man home safe again, himself still in sight. And I saw Jesus on the water. He was calling out my name, but I was frightened and I faltered. But when he called, I came. I bore a brood of kids, and I raised them on my blood and will. I taught them to run screaming, and I taught them to stand still. And my girls moved on, and my boys went to the sea, and yet I wore their lives around me like these hands that wove the net. And I saw Jesus on the water. He was calling out my name, and I was frightened, and I faltered. But when he called, I came. One day my man washed up, and me praying for him all the time. They brought him to me full of scales, his hair was full of brine, and my two young boys, not long after pulling on the oars, were lost upon the ocean, and me raging on the shore. And I saw Jesus on the water. He was calling out my name. I was frightened, and I faltered. And when he called, I came. And I've been out there on the Black Seas till my life's one fishing net. And I've been out there on the dark seas, and some nights I'm still there yet.
Whoa.
Fisherman.
Marge, that was magnificent.
Yes, beautiful,
Thank
Marge.
you.
I would love to get a copy of that song. That was magnificent. Thank you so, so much. We're going to start a second round pretty soon, but right now the lineup is Gail, Patty, Geoff Keller, Eleanor and Sam, me, Linz, Chris Madden, Storm, and Jim Lucas. That's the lineup we have now, and get in line whether you've sung before or not, and just put singer in the chat, and Linz will take care of you. So Gail is up, Patty on deck, then Geoff Keller, Eleanor and Sam, and we'll start the second round. Gail, go ahead.
Thank you, Nick. Thanks, everyone. I'm going to do a token song and called That's the Ticket. And can I just say hello to my daughter and my sister? Hi, we're on this. Hi, Mom. And my mother's listening over here. Loveliness in a sure pair shop, darling Willie brought her his food. For to have the soles with leather bound up, and to have the heels elevate his foot. I have 2 pair of leather sea boots, 1 pair it is plumb wore through. I'll leave the pair for you to fix and polish, and I'll wear the others and I'll think of you. And yes, my dear, I'm going sailing 7 years upon the sea. What is there that we can't slip between us as a token of our love to keep? Willie, dear, here's your claim ticket, numbered 8049. I'll guard mine and you may cherish your half as a love token to last through time. He took his ticket and he went sailing 7 years upon the sea. Last his boots with holes, they were riddled, and he figured it was time to return to her. And on one fair October morning, he walked into the old shoe place, his slicker covering the ticket 8049, and his love stare blinkling his bearded face. Lovely Nancy, pray be my bride. No, old man, that cannot be. I have a young love out upon the ocean. With his boots were out, he returned to me. Willie reached in his old worn raincoat, flashed the ticket 8049. Nancy dear, it's me, I'm your true lover. I've returned for my boots and to make you mine. And Willie dear, you have returned it. You'll be married by the old church door, but the boots you left were soles and heels and polish. They won't be ready till Friday at 4.
Thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Patty, where's Patty?
Oh, thank you. I've never done this before. I'm brand new to this. And I wrote a song in this genre for mothers currently who have been caring for their homes, their kids, their relationships, their jobs, and their regular life stresses along with what the pandemic has thrown at them. I'm in a different phase of life myself, but I can imagine those mothers who need a breather about now. So my song in this genre is A Woman Needs a Breather. I tried to put the chorus in the chat, but I was clumsy and it only came out a little bit. A woman needs a breather. I was home with my kids when a virus hit and we had to stay close together. I love them, I do, but it's also true that a woman needs a breather. So pop the cork and tip the bottle, pass the Merlot and chill the caviar. I'm sailing away for just 2 days and I'm not gonna do a damn thing. 'Twas just a day, I waved them away, my family small and tall. They cried and they shouted, I cried and I waved to the loves I carry in my heart. So pop the cork and tip the bottle, pass the Merlot and chill the caviar. I'm sailing away for just 2 days and I'm not gonna do a damn thing. Let the crew hoist the sail, unfurl the jib, the captain steer the rudder. Find someone else to swab the deck. I'm gonna sit down and put up my feet. So pop the cork and tip the bottle, pass the Merlot and chill the caviar. I'm sailing away for just 2 days and I'm not gonna do a damn thing. Away, away on a blue sky day with a mainsail blowing in the wind. A body could get used to this luxury, but I long for the hugs from my kin. Rare pleasure is found in a lifetime of roaming. Family and loves give ballast to life. So I'm coming around from the open waters. My heart rested again and ready to open, sailing into the harbor, all safe and sound.
I want folks to know Patty's was one of the songs entered in the strongest songwriting field we've had in a long time. Thank you, Patty, very much. I think I'm the only one here who's heard the song before, but thank you. All right, the lineup: Geoff Keller, Eleanor and Sam, me, Linz, Chris Madden, Storm, Jim Lucas, Lynn Knoll, Jamie Bishop, Persis, Alexis, Marie France, and Marge. And that's a pretty full lineup. Let's see what happens. Geoff Keller, you're next, sir.
All right. Something completely different. A traditional song I learned from Barry Finn. As I rolled out one morning, away you roller bowler. As I roved out one morning, I spied a doo-doo fair to me. Hey, rig-a-jig-a-jig, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all, and away you roller bowler. To me, hey, rig-a-jig-a-jig, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. The first time that I met her, away you roller bowler. The first time that I met her, that saucy gal of mine, to me, hey, rig-a-jig-jig, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all, and away you roller bowler. To me, hey, rigga-jigga-jigga, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. She winked and tipped her flipper, away you roller bowler. She winked and tipped her flipper, she thought I was a mate. To me, hey, rigga-jigga-jigga, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. And away you roller bowler. To me, hey, rigga-jigga-jigga, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. But when she found that I was skint, away you roller bowler. But when she found that I was skint, she left me standing there. To me, hey, rigga-jigga-jigga, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. And away you roller bowler. To me, hey, rigga-jigga-jigga, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. The last time that I saw her, away you roller bowler. The last time that I saw her was by the waterside. To me, hey, rigga-jigga-jigga, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. And away you roller bowler. To me, hey, rigga-jigga-jigga, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. You ladies short and ladies tall, away you roller bowler. You ladies short and ladies tall, I loves you one and all. To me, hey, rigga-jigga-jigga, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. And away you roller bowler. To me, hey, rigga-jigga-jigga, ha-ha, good morning, ladies all. Roller
Thank
bowler.
you, Geoff. Thank you, Geoff. I was singing a sedate harmony mutely. Thank you very much. Eleanor and Sam, where are they? You guys up for us? Thought I saw you a minute ago. Where are you? Eleanor and Sam.
They're there.
Yeah.
They're there. They just got to unmute. Yep.
All right, excellent.
Hey,
Go
guys.
ahead, folks. After Eleanor and Sam, we're starting the second round. Eleanor and Sam, go ahead.
You go first.
Right, okay, I'll do this one then. Well, the smartest clipper you could find, heave away, haul away, is the Margaret Evans on the Black Ball line. Clear away the track and let the bullgine run. Tell me now, are you most done? Heave away, haul away, every day we're closer to home. Clear away the track and let the bullgine run. Oh, tell me now, are you bound to go? Heave away, haul away, off to Greenland where there's ice and snow. Clear away the track and let the bullgine run. Tell me now, are you most done? Heave away, haul away, every day we're closer to home. Clear away the track and let the bullgine run. Oh, tell me now, are you bound to sail? Heave away, haul away, off to Greenland to catch the whale. Clear away the track and let the bullgine run. Tell me now, are you most done? Heave away, haul away, every day we're closer to home. Clear away the track and let the bullgine run. Oh, I thought I heard the captain say, heave away, haul away, in another week we'll get more pay. Clear away the track and let the bullgine run. Tell me now, are you most done? Heave away, haul away, every day we're closer to home. Clear away the track and let the bullgine run. Oh, the smartest clipper you could find. Heave away, haul away, is the Margaret Evans on the Black Ball line. Clear away the track and let the bullgine run.
Right, and my song is involves beer from Nevin, as you can see. Cwrw clean beer, Brennan Ashley. Anyway, there we are, the Welsh bit.
I have to get out of the way for this one.
Yeah, you move out of the way. Davy comes from Nevin, Hobberderry Dando, and he was got a little engine, Canaghanieto. He was think so much about it, Jane, sweet Jane, that he was never go without it. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne. Davy and Sailor Evan, Hobberderry Dando, caught a shark off the reach of Nevin, Canaghanieto. All they wanted was a pie dish, Jane, sweet Jane, for to cook that bit of shark fish. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne. One fine son of Davy, Hobberderry Dando, was play football for Pwllheli, Canaghanieto. But the dirty sons of Cardiff, Jane, sweet Jane, they was kick him in the belly. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne. As I was going along the road to Nevin, Hobberderry Dando, met an old woman who a brick was swallowing, Canaghanieto. I said to her, you'll soon be choking, Jane, sweet Jane. But if you do, why the water's handy. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne. There's a beer that's brewed in Nevin, Hobberderry Dando. This beer, it is both meat and drink, boys. Canaghanieto. When I drank but a little skinful, Jane, sweet Jane, then I was turning like a cartwheel. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne. Jane, come to the glen to sing the praise of Shanbach Foyne.
Excellent. Eleanor and Sam and Eleanor, making me thirsty. Where are you guys located?
In Malvern, about 30 miles from Wales.
So
all right, there you
Worcestershire.
Okay, my wife's family is from Cornwall, so I've gone all up and down the coast. Well, thank you so much. I want to remind everyone. I want to remind everyone that if you want to be a singer, you just put singer in the chat. We are starting our second round with about an hour and 20 minutes to go, and that's going to be fine. I also want to remind folks that we can't put this festival on without your help. In the chat, you will find the link to the donation page. We've had some nice donations, and if you can spare it, I know several of you have donated already over the course of the last few months and years, and that's wonderful. But if you can spare, a shilling or two, we would love to have you go onto that link and make a contribution. That would be wonderful. Okay, the lineup is me, then Linz Moran, Chris Madden, Storm, Jim Lucas, Lynn Knoll, Jamie Bishop, Persis Thorndike, Alexis Wolf, Marie France, and then Marge and Geoff Keller again. Right now, that's the lineup. And there might be room for more, so put singer in the chat. This time I'm going to go a little more traditional. Although you may have heard the Wailing Jennings version as well, but I learned this version from John Roberts and Deborah Cowan, and it was my privilege to actually sing this song with Deborah Cowan as I was doing my best John Roberts imitation on the air a couple of years ago. We had a great time. Most of you know it. Oh, the rain, it rains the whole day long. Bold Riley, oh, bold Riley. And them northern winds blow steady and strong. Bold Riley, oh, has gone away. Goodbye, my sweetheart. Goodbye, my dear, oh. Bold Riley, oh, bold Riley. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye, my dear, oh. Bold Riley, oh, has gone away. Oh, the anchors weighed and the rags is set. Bold Riley, oh, bold Riley. And them Liverpool gals we shan't forget. Old Riley, oh, has gone away. Goodbye, my sweetheart. Goodbye, my dear, oh. Bold Riley, oh, bold Riley. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye, my dear, oh. Bold Riley, oh, has gone away. Oh, we're outward bound for the Bengal Bay. Bold Riley, oh, bold Riley. Put a bend in your back, it's a hell of a way. Bold Riley, oh, has gone away. Goodbye, my sweetheart. Goodbye, my dear, oh. Bold Riley, oh, bold Riley. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye, my dear, oh. Bold Riley, oh, has gone away. Cheer up, Mary Ellen, don't you look so glum. Bold Riley, oh, bold Riley. Come white stocking day, we'll be drinking hot rum. Bold Riley, oh, has gone away. Goodbye, my sweetheart. Goodbye, my dear, oh. Bold Riley, oh, bold Riley. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye, my dear, oh. Bold Riley has gone away. Boy, when I go up high, I can't go low again. But that was fun. Thank you very much for me. And Linz, you're up next, followed by Chris Madden, Storm, and Jim Lucas, and more.
All right. Here's a song from Tom Lewis. On the 5th of November, back in 53. No, we'll have to move that down. 5th of November, back in 53, the big man at Dolphin Shore, he said to me, we brought you here, boy, 'cause we wants you to know we've booked you's a berth in the water below with the diesel and shell. Diesel and shell. We've booked you's a berth with the diesel and shell. But when I protested, I'm no volunteer, they said we ain't got one in many's the year. That's a wee secret between you and me. There's many's a pressed man down under the sea with the diesel and shale. Diesel and shale, down under the sea with the diesel and shale. Oh doctor, I don't think I'm well. Well, never mind, sonny, we'll very soon tell. Try holding your breath while I counts up to 3. There, that proves you're fit to go under the sea with the diesel and shale. Diesel and shale, to go under the sea with the diesel and shale. I went to the storeroom to gather me rig. They gave me a sweater 10 sizes too big. Then I climbed down that boat like an old polar bear, and I says to meself, there's a smell in the air, and it's diesel and shale. Diesel and shale, there's a smell in the air, and it's diesel and shale. A blast on the klaxon, ring on the gong, and then you go down where no mortals belong. Where the air's going bad, and the food's going stale, they mix you a nightcap of diesel and shale. Diesel and shale. Diesel and shale, they mix you a nightcap of diesel and shale. We circled the Med for a summer or 2, where the air is so warm and sky is so blue. At least that's what they tell me. I wouldn't know. You don't see much sun when you're stuck down below with the diesel and shale. Diesel and shale, when you're stuck down below with the diesel and shale. Oh Susie, won't you be mine? Submariners' wives have a hell of a time. You live like a duchess with cash on the nail, if you don't mind the smell of the diesel and shale. Diesel and shale. Diesel and shale, if you don't mind the smell of the diesel and shale. And then the big man at Dolphin told me at last, it's time you went back to your ship with a mast. So I'll feel just like Jonah, leaving his whale, and you know where to stick all your diesel and shale. Diesel and shale, diesel and shale, you know where to stick all your diesel and shale.
Woo! Nice job, Linz. Thank you. Chris Madden, our beloved Portsmouth Maritime Folk Fest president, is up next. Chris Madden, followed by Storm and Jim Lucas, then Lynn Knoll.
Wait till the festival's over to decide that. Just a quick thank you again to all the singers, to all the performers, all the donors, all the volunteers. Oh my God, we've got I'm on the back channel chat here with the 12 volunteers who are making this online thing possible. Thank you all so much. Thank you to Persis, who has wrangled them all, and to Jamie and Kate and Gail, who have helped with that and also put the schedule together and made this whole festival, the gears go. And we were, planning in person, or is it going to be virtual, and keeping those plans flexible so we could, at the flip of a switch, go one way or the other. You've all been amazing. And so thank you to everybody involved with this. If you like it, if you haven't already, toss us a couple coins. We've put the donation in the chat a few times. But I'm going to follow up Linz's song with another true tale of industrial sailing. This is a song about tanker life, oil tanker life, by Roger Hussey, about the shortest known tanker run. There's a call and response on the verse, and then there's a chorus, and you'll pick it up because it is a sailor song and therefore simple. On the Venezuela, Trinidad run, our ship goes to hell, we're all having way too much fun. way too much fun. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. Running crude oil to Trinidad refinery, refinery. Run back empty, get more crude from Venezuela, Venezuela. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. Venezuela's flamenco and hot guitar strum, hot guitar strum. Trinidad is calypso and loud steel drum, loud steel drum. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. As we tie up, the bar girls and taxi cabs come, and here comes a weekend of riot and rum, riot and rum. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. Lars is locked in his cabin, the rich owner's son, rich owner's son. He's a drunken exile at 31, at 31. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. If we're rowdy ashore and we end up in jail, end up in jail. Rum and pesos from Lars and we're soon out on bail, soon out on bail. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. With most tankers, it's long at sea, short time in port, short time in port. But ours is tied up long and our sea time is short, sea time is short. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. Miss our sailing, hung over and stranded and then, wait a week, stay drunk and our ship's back again, ship's back again. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. Beg the purser, please, just one more advance, one more advance. With the booze and girls, our wallet does not stand a chance, not stand a chance. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. After 8 trips, the chief's at the end of his wits, end of his wits. After 10 trips, they send us back home to refit, home to refit. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. So it's pack up and back to the hiring hall, hiring hall. And it's farewell to flamenco and steel drums call, steel drums call. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela. Venezuela to Trinidad, Trinidad to Venezuela.
Thank you, Chris. One of my favorite songs. Jamie, I know you were into that. Nicely done. Okay, the lineup, the last hour. Storm, Jim Lucas, Lynn Knoll, Jamie Bishop, Persis, Alexis, Marie France, Marge, Geoff Keller, and Benoit. That's the lineup I have. And hopefully that'll fill up the next hour. And so let's start it off with Storm, back to Greenfield, Massachusetts.
Thank you so much. I'm going to do a poem that's my own to start with. With Willie from the country and Tommy from the town, I used to play when I was young, until the sun went down. We'd play a With Willie from the country and Tommy from the town, I used to play when I was young, until the sun went down. We'd play of pirates bold and of villains black, yet when I would die, I'd get my life right back. With strange brews and medicines, they'd fix me fine as new, and the only wounds I got from playing war were but a scratch or two. Yet I've grown older now, and now I've fought with men, and still I wish that it weren't so, and I was back to then. No medicine for him in pain, no magic touch to pull the bullet from the thigh. Alone upon this darker land, I'll in this moment die. I am not a pirate, but I long to be, sailing by the stars across the seven seas, living with no earthly cares, my mates and me, the envy of all worldly men who are not free. A song to sing for beggars, a song to sing for saints, a song to sing for wealthy men, all wrapped and bound in chains. Our treasures not in gold, or in our piety, our wealth is in an answered call, the longing of the sea. Stormy oceans carry us to lands we've never known, to mysteries and buried secrets from the tales of old. So hoist the sail and raise the flag, we do not stop for night. We'll ride the wild winds and waves until the morning's light. In smugglers' caves and tavern halls we live by no one's rules. We fly the colors of the living, free and proud and true. We set out on the ocean blue to escape tyranny. We keep our merry hearts alive so long we roam the sea. A man once called along the shore, and called he out to me, I see you are a fisherman, a lover of the sea. I know this world's a wretched place, but if you'll follow me, I'll take all of your burdens, and pirates we shall be. Yo ho, yo ho, hope is now before us, and misery at aft. We could not care the lesser for the men who say you're daft. So let the howling winds blow in, and take hold of the mast. Release the wheel and all your sins, for you are free at last. Swab the deck, my clever lad, and listen close to me. Learn my ways, and soon one day a captain you shall be. Climb the rigging, mount the nest, and say what can ye see? A fleet upon the starboard side, in battle we shall meet. Load the cannons, raise the flag, and take hold of your heart. A proper man of courage does not flee before the start. Do not fear when death is near, when doom is nigh at hand. Your end marks the beginning of a life in fairer lands. All day the battle rages, and on into the night. With clashing swords and pistol shots upon the decks we fight. We match our wits and cannonballs with the finest of their fleet. Their admiral walks the plank in the shame of his defeat. So raise a drink to plunder, and lift a toast for spoils. Cheer fine men in bravery, the enemy we've foiled. Pour another round, and we will sing a song of joy. When next the rest have, oh sorry, when next we make our port, the folks will say, victors, ahoy! We moor upon an isle of wealthy fools and knaves, who drink all night and sleep all day on the labor of their slaves. When the sun has set, we break off all their chains, and share with them our plunder, and now freemen they are made. We hole up in the tavern with our new crewmen and mates. Soon those rich folks come a-calling for their runaways. The barman sends them off with ale, saying, go drink your sway. But when the rest have gone, one aged wealthy man does stay. I once was a young lad sailing by the charts. I do not savor wind nor water, nor admire the stars. Now I have grown old and frail, and do not journey far. I only long to sail the seas once more to find my heart. Well, come aboard and voyage long, we make for unmapped shores. Ride the stormy seas with us, you'll find that soul of yours. Leave your wealth behind you, and your bitter scorn. Make your home with slaves and sinners, then you'll be reborn.
True poetry, Storm. Thank you so much. Jim Lucas is next. Jim, then Lynn, Jamie, Persis, and more. Jim, where are you, my friend?
I am in Helsingør, better known to English speakers as Elsinore in Denmark, across town from Hamlet's Castle.
You don't look like a brooding Danish prince.
No, I'm not a brooding chicken either. Okay, I was thinking of a few I might be able to do with concertina, but I've just checked the window of the neighbors next to me who don't appreciate that, and they're home. So instead, I'll do one I've done a few times recently, but it's an old favorite of mine. In fact, it's an old favorite in more ways than one because, as I understand, it's 350 years old, Russian song. And I like to do it with everybody singing a drone. So if you can hold the tone without trying to do harmony, some of you might want to unmute, but this is your note. And I put my
Wow.
translation in the chat.
So, Jim, I've heard you do that before, and I'm always impressed. I never sing along because I cannot resist trying to harmonize. It's physically impossible for me not to. But that I like that. And the drone makes it, we're so tired of not being able to sing truly together because of latency, and that song makes it work. So thank you so, so much. Lynn Knoll is next, then Jimmy Bishop, then Persis, then Alexis, Marie France, Marge, Geoff, and Benoit. Lynn?
Очень хорошо, Jim. Хорошо, indeed. Very nice.
Большое спасибо.
Darien, that's in Connecticut. But I'm going to go to the Isles of Shoals, just off of Portsmouth for this one. I'm going to give you one that I sang at the very first Portsmouth Maritime Festival 21 years ago. And it's on a new album that I've just released called Set to the Music. And it's by the beloved Celia Thaxter, the beloved poet of the Isles of Shoals. The legend says that there are 14 Spanish sailors buried on the Isles of Shoals. The archaeology is politely inconclusive on the topic, but it makes a great story. So I set this to Spanish ladies because there is an awful lot of songs that talk about the Spanish ladies. This actually tells their story from their point of view, which I love. And here's the chorus. Farewell and adieu, ye fine Spanish ladies. Farewell, ye ladies of Spain. Bright eyes that follow the fading ship and crew, melting in tender rain. Oh, sailors, did sweet eyes look after you the day you sailed away from sunny Spain? Bright eyes that follow the fading ship and crew, melting in tender rain. Did no one dream of that drear night to be, wild with the wind and fierce the stinging snow, when on yon granite point that frets the sea, the ship met her death blow? Farewell and adieu, ye fine Spanish ladies. Farewell, ye ladies of Spain. Bright eyes that follow the fading ship and crew, melting in tender rain. 50 long years ago these sailors died. None know how many sleep beneath the waves. 14 gray headstones rising side by side point out their nameless graves. Lonely, unknown, deserted but for me, and the wild birds that flit with mournful cry, and sadder winds and voices of the sea that moan perpetually. Farewell and adieu, ye fine Spanish ladies. Farewell, ye ladies of Spain. Bright eyes that follow the fading ship and crew, melting in tender rain. Wives, mothers, maidens, wistfully in vain, question the distance for the yearning sail, that, leaning landward, should have stretched again wide arms wide on the gale, to bring back their beloved year by year. Weary they watched till youth and beauty passed, and lustrous eyes grew dim and age drew near, and hope was dead at last. Oh, Spanish women over the far seas, could I but show you where your dead repose, could I send tidings on this northern breeze that strong and steady grows. Dear dark-eyed sisters, you remember yet those you have lost but you can never know. One stands at their bleak graves, his eyes are wet with thinking on your woe. Farewell and adieu, ye fine Spanish ladies, farewell, ye ladies of Spain. Bright eyes that follow the fading ship and crew, melting in tender rain.
Lynn Noel, thank you so much. That was terrific. And up next, Jamie Bishop, followed by Persis, Alexis, Marie France, Marge, Geoff, and Benoit. And that should take us to the end of our open sing, our pub sing, virtual pub sing today. Again, I want to remind folks that we have a concert tonight, starts at 7. And that concert tonight is going to be a lot of fun. It features Larry Kaplan, Ron and Natalie Days, and AJ Wright as the featured performers. We also will have 3 single songs, 2 from the tied winners of this year's songwriting competition, Don Bryan and John O'Gray, and then 1 from last year's winner, because there was no concert to sing at, Stuart Marcus. But Chris Madden and I will be co-hosting that event, and we'll probably spread the festival singers out between the featured performers, the songwriting winners, I mean. All right, Jamie, it's your show right now. Go for it.
All righty. Well, here's a song. I really love Gloucester, Massachusetts, and I love the history of Gloucester and how it's the oldest commercial fishing port in the United States. And there's a couple of statues in the harbor. One is the one that you recognize with the guy with his hands on the wheel, but the other one is the one I love, and it's the woman on the shore waiting for her husband to come back. She's holding a child in her arm, and she's holding her child by the hand. And when I first heard this song, I thought of her. And it's a song that was written by Judy Goodenough. The melody is by Anne Mayamere, and it's called The Lady Mary. What will I wear when the Mary sails? A dress as red can be. And I'll think of him when the Mary sails and she takes him far away from me. A week and a month and a year go by, the stars go traveling around the sky, won't hear me weep, won't see me cry when the Lady Mary sails. And what will I wear when the corn's to cut? His old brown breech is tied with a string, and I'll think of him when the corn's to cut and the geese are crying on the wing. A week and a month and a year go by, the stars go traveling round the sky, won't hear me weep, won't see me cry when the Lady Mary sails. And what will I wear when the baby's born? His old white shirt to give me ease. And I'll think of him when the baby's born, whose daddy is gone to sail the sea. A week and a month and a year go by, the stars go traveling round the sky, won't hear me weep, won't see me cry when the Lady Mary sails. And what will I wear when the Mary comes? A widow's veil and a widow's black. And I'll think of him when the Mary comes, and the man who won't be coming back. A week and a month and a year go by, the stars go traveling round the sky, won't hear me weep, won't see me cry when the Lady Mary sails. And what will I wear when his stone's to set? The ribbons from my wedding dress. And I'll think of him when his stone's to set. It's one man more and one man less. A week and a month and a year go by, the stars go traveling round the sky, won't hear me weep, won't see me cry when the Lady Mary sails. And what will I wear when the Mary sails? A dress as red can be. And I'll think of him when the Mary sails, and the way she took him away from me.
That was beautiful, Jamie. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Up next is Persis, as Chris calls her, the wrangler of volunteers on 3 continents. Persis is up. And what do you have for us, Persis?
So I have, I'm going to sing Row On, which is a song. The words of this were found in a logbook of the 3 brothers, which was a whaling ship on the ship Nantucket, ship from Nantucket. It worked in the North Atlantic in 1846, and Tim Laycock wrote the tune. So, dark clouds are on the summer sky, there's thunder in the wind. Row on, and homeward high, nay, give one look behind. Row on, another day may shine with brighter light. Ply the oars and haul away, there's dawn beyond the night. Bear where thou goest these words of love, say all that words can say. Changeless affection strength may prove, but speed upon the way. Row on, another day may shine with brighter light. Ply the oars and haul away, there's dawn beyond the night. Like yonder river would I guide to where my love would be. My bark would soon outsail the tide that flows towards the sea. Row on, another day may shine with brighter light. Ply the oars and haul away, there's dawn beyond the night. But yet a star shines constant still through yonder cloudy sky, and hope as bright my bosom fills from faith that cannot die. Row on, another day may shine with brighter light. Ply the oars and pull away, there's dawn beyond the night. Row on, God speed the way, thou canst not tarry here. Clouds gather round the closing day, tomorrow may be clear. Clouds gather round the closing day, tomorrow may be clear. Thank you.
I love that, and I love your singing partner. Thank you very much, Persis. It's sort of a perfect segue to our next performer and her cat lyric. Alexis Wolf is up next, followed by Marie France, Marge, Geoff Keller, and Benoit. Alexis, let's keep the feline excitement going.
If she decides to come over, you'll know. I have a troublesome black cat over in the corner. So it's that part of the sing where I feel compelled to sing something that people can sing along with. So in keeping kind of a traditional closing song vibe, I want to do Here's a Health to the Company, but I always go too high, so I'm going to... Kind friends and companions, come join me in rhyme. Come lift up your voices in chorus with mine. Come lift up your voices from grief to refrain, for we know we may never all meet here again. So here's a health to the company and one to my lass. Let's drink and be merry all out of one glass. We'll drink and be merry, from grief we'll refrain, for we know we may never all meet here again. Here's a health to the wee lass that I love so well, For style and for beauty, there's none can excel. There's a smile on her countenance as she sits on my knee. There is no man in this world as happy as me. So here's a health to the company, and one to my lass. We'll drink and be merry, all out of one glass. We'll drink and be merry, from grief we'll refrain, for we know we may never all meet here again. Our ship lies at anchor, she is ready to dock. I wish her safe landing without any shock. And if ever I should meet you by land or by sea, I will always remember your kindness to me. So here's a health to the company, and one to my lass. We'll drink and be merry, all out of one glass. We'll drink and be merry, from grief we'll refrain, for we may or might never all meet here again.
Well done. I hope your cat enjoyed it. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. We're heading into the home stretch here. Marie France, Marge, Geoff, and Benoit. We may have time for one or two more songs, only for people who have not yet sung. So if you have not yet sung and you want to, put singer in the chat and we'll get you in at the end, because it looks like we'll have about 10 minutes towards the end freed up. All right, Marie France.
Thank you, Nick. You have Bonnie Was a Warrior. This is the French version. I'll let the English and the French fight about which of the two songs was first. The story is completely different. It's about a sailor going back to port, and it explains what happens to him after he goes and sees the girls, which is lose all his money and get venereal diseases. It's sung either as a aria or as a short roll shanty. Jean-François in French, because it's sort of in older French, is Jean-François, and the other bit it's way. C'est Jean-François de Nantes, ouais. Gabier sur la fringante, mais boué, Jean-François débarque en fin de campagne, ouais. Fier comme un roi d'Espagne, mais boué, Jean-François. Il a dedans sa bourse, ouais. Plus de 6 mois de course, mais boué, Jean-François. Une montre, une chaîne, ouais. Valant une baleine, mais boué, Jean-François. Branle-bas chez son hôtesse, ouais. Bite et bottes, c'est largesse, mais boué, Jean-François. La plus belle servante, ouais. L'emmène dans sa soupente, mais boué, Jean-François. De conserve avec elle, ouais. Navigue sur mer belle, mais boué, Jean-François. Mais vit dans la bouteille, ouais. Tout son aura pareil, mais boué, Jean-François. Montre et chaîne s'envole, ouais. Mais il prend la vérole, mais boué, Jean-François. À l'hôpital de Nantes, ouais. Jean-François se lamente, mais boué, Jean-François. Et les draps de sa couche, ouais. Déchire avec sa bouche, mais boué, Jean-François. Il ferait de la peine, ouais. même à son capitaine nommé Bouet, Jean-François. Pauvre Jean-François de Nantes, ouais, ouais, ouais. Gabier sur la fringante, mais Bouet, Jean-François.
Très magnifique. Thank you very much.
Merci.
We're gonna, Marge, we're gonna put someone else just ahead of you because they're brand new. Then you.
Okay, sure.
So David Kidman will go next, then Marge, then Geoff, then Benoit. David, do you hear me? There you are. All right,
Yeah.
so go for it, my friend.
Yeah, thanks ever so much for fitting me in. I didn't expect that. I'm in between session assistant jobs elsewhere. I'm all over the place.
Where are you now?
I'll make this very quick shanty, cargo loading shanty. I hope nobody's done it yet tonight. 6 o'clock I hear 'em say, sundown, sundown below. Time to quit and go away. Sundown, sundown below. Aye, aye, aye. Sundown, sundown below. Aye, aye, aye. Sundown, sundown below. Now the day's been hot, you all do say. Sundown, sundown below. Time to quit and get your pay. Sundown, sundown below. Aye, aye, aye. Sundown, sundown below. Sun is down in the hole below. Sundown, sundown below. Time for us to roll and go. Sundown, sundown below. Aye, aye, aye. Sundown, sundown below. So grab your duds and dinner pail. Sundown, sundown below. Come back sure before you sail. Sundown, sundown below. Aye, aye, aye. Sundown, sundown below. For it's 6 o'clock I hear 'em say, sundown, sundown below. Time to quit and get your pay. Sundown, sundown below. Aye, aye, aye. Sundown, sundown below. Aye, aye, aye. Sundown, sundown below.
David Kidman, thank you very much. Where are you located now, David? Where are you in the world?
Where am I in the world? I'm in the UK.
Well, have a nice sun, and you're
Yorkshire.
between sessions. Have fun.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll
you
stay.
very much.
I'll stay a few more minutes, and I'll try and join you after the concert.
All right, Marge is up.
Yes,
and then Geoff Keller, Benoit, and Chris Madden will help us end it all. So, Marge, you're up, my friend.
Indeed. This, I've sung this at other sessions. I could not find this on Google either. It was written by Debbie Cook in the UK in 1976 for International Women's Year, and it's from the standpoint of a mariner's wife also. Has a chorus that goes, and it's washing and weeping and cleaning I'll be, trying to get rid of the smell of the sea. When I was a young girl, I dreamed of a good life, I'd marry a rich man and make him a good wife. But I met a young sailor and he courted me. Now sometimes I think that I'm wed to the sea, for it's washing and weeping and cleaning I'll be, trying to get rid of the smell of the sea. Me daughter, she married a fine, handsome young man, who followed the herring as his father had done. But the wind took his lungs, and the ice took his skin. Twixt hell and high water, the devil will win, and it's washing and weeping and cleaning I'll be, trying to get rid of the smell of the sea. And me father was thrown from the deck of a whaler, although 'tis a right fitting end for a sailor. His children would strew fresh flowers o'er his grave, but a wreath of black seaweed was all the sea gave, and it's washing and weeping and cleaning I'll be, trying to get rid of the smell of the sea. And me grandson sings songs of the joys of the water, and much joy is brought both to me and me daughter. To all their romances I'm blind and I'm deaf. Perhaps it's the sea that's the only thing left, and it's washing and weeping and cleaning I'll be, trying to get rid of the smell of the sea.
Beautiful, Marge. Thank you so much. You have a terrific voice. That was just wonderful. All right, coming up, Geoff Keller, then Benoit, and then Chris Madden will take us home as we wrap this up, and we'll talk a little bit at that point about what's coming up on the festival. Let's. If I left anybody out, I don't think so. Nope. Geoff, you're up, sir.
All right. Here's one from Charlie Ipcar, his setting of an Hamish McLaren lyric from 1930, and tune as modified by Barry Finn. My lotus lady I'll see no more, away boys, away, oh. Since I left her on the China shore, away boys, lift and walk away. Away boys, away, oh. Blow me down that Yangtze River, away boys, lift and walk away. When first we met, she was like a queen, way boys, away, oh. Prettiest girl I'd ever seen, way boys, lift and walk away. Away boys, away, oh. Blow me down that Yangtze River, away boys, lift and walk away. She'd long black hair and flashing eyes, way boys, away, oh. All I could do was stand and stare, way boys, lift and walk away. Away boys, away, oh. Blow me down that Yangtze River, away boys, lift and walk away. I bought her silks and a golden comb, way boys, away, oh. Trouble's o'er, now the anchor's home, way boys, lift and walk away. Away boys, away, oh. Blow me down that Yangtze River, away boys, lift and walk away. I blowed my silver for to win her, way boys, away, oh. Now nothing's left but the donkey's dinner, way boys, lift and walk away. Away, boys, away, oh, blow me down that Yangtze River. Away, boys, lift and walk away. We're homeward bound, cookies in the galley. Way, boys, away, oh. Farewell, young moon of the Yangtze Valley. Away, boys, lift and walk away. Away, boys, away, oh. Blow me down that Yangtze River. Away, boys, lift and walk away. Away, boys, lift and walk away. Yangtze River
Geoff,
Shanty.
thank you very much, Geoff. And I got a chance to sing harmony again. That's nice. Benoit, you're going to be our last guest attraction, and then Chris Madden and I will chat with you all, and Chris will lead us out in song. It was nicely done, Geoff. Thank you very much. Benoit?
Okay, here I am. Well, I sing you a song called Virginia. My eyes full of tears, for I must say you adieu. I'm going to sail along across the Atlantic Ocean, going to Mexico. But sure, I'll come back and we'll get married. Virginie, les larmes aux yeux, je viens t'y faire mes adieux. Nous partons pour le Mexique, nous mettons les voiles au vent. Adieu, chère Virginie, nous partons droit comme le vent. Cher amant, beau matelot, tu vas t'éloigner sur l'eau. Il viendra une tempête, de la pluie ou de l'orage, brisera ton équipage, et moi je n'aurai plus d'amant. Virginie, point de danger, je sais fort bien naviguer. Je connais mon pilotage, je sais conduire mon vaisseau. Je ne crains pas le naufrage pour le temps que je serai sur l'eau. Virginie, à mon retour, j'accomplirons nos amours. Je reviendrai, ma mignonne, je reviendrai au pays. Nous nous marierons ensemble, mon aimable Virginie. Nous nous marierons ensemble, mon aimable Virginie. So many versions of that song, and that one was collected in Normandy.
Did they actually get married in the end? Is that what happened? Did they get married? Oh, happy ending.
Very happy.
I love happy endings. You know what I love about what we've done so far? Not only do we have volunteers from 3 continents, but we've heard songs in English, French, Swedish, Russian, and others. I mean, this has been one of the most entertaining open sings I've been at in a while. And I want to thank you all for letting me MC it. Thank you, Benoit, very much. Before Chris sings our closing song, I want to remind folks what's coming up. Lynn is going to be on the case with all the posts. First of all, tonight at 7 o'clock. Tonight at 7 o'clock on this channel, on this stage, will be the Saturday night concert for this year's Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival, featuring Larry Kaplan, Ron and Natalie Days, and AJ Wright, plus the winners of this year's and last year's Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival songwriting competitions. This year, Don Bryan and John O'Gray each won. It was a tie, and last year, Stuart Marcus, and they'll be spread out throughout the concert, which Chris Madden and I will co-host. At 9:30 tonight will be an after sing. It says until Geoff drops. Probably I'll be there until my wife tells me to stop singing because I'm too close to the bedroom. And then tomorrow we have a wonderful schedule, and Lynn will put the schedule in the chat, including performances by so many of our wonderful artists, including a hymn sing, including an open sing at 3 o'clock, and including the Shanty Blast to end the festivities as is traditionally done here. In addition, I'd like to remind folks that contributions are always welcome. And in the chat, Lynn will toss out the donation link, because it's really important that the support to make this possible comes from you all. And we've had many contributions so far, including some from folks in this room right now. Anything and any amount is helpful. That link is there. Go ahead to that link and make a donation. I've been keeping track and we're doing pretty well, but we could always do better. So thank you all. And Chris Madden, where are you? And let's get you going, brother.
Thank you so much, Nick. I'm in Raymond, New Hampshire, just outside of Portsmouth. It was Portsmouth that really brought home to me how amazing this music could be. I got into shanties when I was living in San Francisco. I moved to Portsmouth, though, and I found the community at the press room, which includes a lot of you here. And it just, that community really solidified for me my love of this music and my own involvement with it. And so thank you to all of you who are part of that community, either who were back then or who are newer to it. It's an amazing part of my life, and I hope that it's as important a part of yours. So we're going to go with one of our traditional closing songs here, and we're going to do our little PMFF party trick and try to pass it around among board members without too much disruption. So let's see how this goes. Oh, the times was hard and the wages low. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. And now once more ashore we'll go, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Your voices to me are like a light. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. I hope you'll join us again tonight, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
So the songs are sung and choruses shared. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. We'll sing some more in the after sing, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. And the voyage is done and the da 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 da, and it's time for us to leave her.
Well, the sails are furled and the anchor's stowed. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. And no more around Cape Horn we'll go, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Oh, the rats have left, and we the crew. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, it's time, by Christ, that we went to, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, the rats have left, and we'll go too, and it's time for us to leave her.
Oh, we long have sung this mournful tune. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. No harmonies when we sing on Zoom, so it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Well, it's time for us to say goodbye. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. For now the hose cups are all pumped dry, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Well, we'll leave her, Johnny, and we'll leave her with a grin. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. There's a many a worser that we've sailed in, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
Oh, the wind was foul, work no pay. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. To Liverpool dock from Frisco Bay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
The old man swears and the mate swears too. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. The crew all swear and so would you. And it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. The voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her.
A ship is nothing without its crew. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. We couldn't do this without all of you, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. See you all tonight and again tomorrow. Thank you to the singers, to the volunteers, to the listeners, to the donors, to the everybody here and not here, and those who have gone, who have made this community so amazing. Thank you all so much.
And
See
remember,
you guys tonight.
Thank you, Chris. Remember that the chat room is still open if you want to go socialize with people.
Thank you very much.
And those of you who are working or performing tonight, we have an early meeting here before the show.
At 6:30?
Yeah, I believe that is correct.
Great.
All righty.
Row on, y'all.
Thank you all.
See ya in a few hours.
See you tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow
Merci,
morning.
Benoit.
It's
Merci.
11.